Good morning, good morning, good morning. The Committee of the Whole of March 10th, 2023 is hereby called to order. I'm Senator Novell E. Francis Jr., Senate President, and I'll be serving as the chair of today's Committee of the Whole. Good morning to all present, listening and viewing. I'd like to welcome you all to the first Committee of the Whole hearing of the 35th Legislature. We are here today at the Fitz-E. Lowitz Conference Room in St. Croix Legislative Building, where we'll consider 3 zoning applications. The month of March is significant. It is the Virgin Islands History Month, and we are proud to celebrate the fellow Virgin Islanders which have contributed so much to this territory. It is also Women's History Month, when we make a special effort to uplift the women who encourage and inspire us. It is Social Work Month, and we recognize the great work of dedicated professionals in the field. The matters before us in the Committee of the Whole today have been through the Department of Planning and Natural Resources' own process of review and public hearings. I remind all present that there is no votes taken in this Committee of the Whole. Instead, the committee receives testimony and will vote on these matters in a later legislative session. However, I do anticipate a robust discussion on the items before this committee today, and I ask that we all be respectful as we proceed with today's agenda. At this time, I'd like to remind all that's viewing, listening, and participating via virtually to turn your phone on silent or off to avoid any interruptions during this meeting. Madam Clerk, can I have a roll call?
Good morning, everyone. Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Angel L. Bolketh Jr.
Senator Blyden present.
Senator Blyden present. Senator Diane Capehart. Present. Senator Capehart present. Senator Samuel Carrion. Here. Senator Carrion present. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Here.
Senator DeGraff present. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca present. Senator Alma Francis Halliger.
Present.
Senator Francis Halliger present. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Here. Senator Fred Gregory present. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins absent. Senator Maurice James absent. Senator Javon James Sr. Senator James present. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Here. Senator Johnson present. Senator Carla Joseph. Present. Senator Carla Joseph present. Senator Milton E. Potter. Here. Senator Potter present. Mr. President, we have 13 present and 2 absent.
Very well, thank you. You call my name? Did you call me?
I'm so sorry. Senator Novell Francis.
I'm here.
Present. Senator Francis present.
Very well, thank you. Thank you very much. Let's get a tally again, please.
We have 13 present and
13.
2 absent.
Very well, thank you. Any correspondence to be read into the record?
Yes, we do.
You may proceed with reading those correspondence into the record at this time. Please get a little bit closer to the mic as well. All right? Yes.
Mr. President, we have 2 letters of correspondence. First letter, March 9th, 2023, to the Honorable Senate President Novell E. Francis Jr. Dear Senator Francis Jr., due to a previously scheduled engagement, I will be late in attending the Committee of the Whole hearing scheduled for Friday, March 10th, 2023 at 10 a.m. in the Fritz E. Lowitz Legislative Conference Room on the island of St. Croix. I apologize for any inconvenience that this may cause and look forward to participating upon my arrival. Thank you for your kind consideration in this manner. Respectfully, Maurice James, Senator of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. The second letter dated March 10th, 2023, to the Honorable Novell E. Francis Jr., President of the 35th Legislature. Dear Mr. President, I hope this correspondence reaches you in the best of health and spirits. Please be advised that I will be slightly delayed for today's hearing due to a medical appointment this morning. I thank you in advance for your understanding. Sincerely, Honorable Kenneth L. Gittens, Senator. That ends our correspondence.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Please, at this time, can you read the agenda into the record? Before we do that, I wanted to take this opportunity to say a happy 46th birthday to our Senator Ray Fonseca. Happy birthday, sir. You may proceed with reading the agenda, today's agenda into the record, Madam Clerk.
Okay, the Committee of the Whole official agenda. Call to order was by the Honorable Novell E. Francis Jr., Senate President. Roll call was done by myself, Michelle Richter Lacoste, the Journal Clerk. The 35th Legislature will convene in a Committee of the Whole hearing to receive testimony on the following zoning requests. Bill number 35-0021, an act amending the official zoning map number SCZ-7 for the island of St. Croix to change the zoning designation of plots number 102A, remainder, 102B, and 102C, Estate Herman Hill, Company Quarter, St. Croix, Virgin Islands, from R3, residential medium density, to P, public. The invited testifiers are the Honorable Jean-Pierre L. Oriole, Commissioner, Department of Planning and Natural Resources, Leah Laplace Matthew, Territorial Planner, Department of Planning and Natural Resources, Darrell D. Jashin, Director of VITEMA. Bill number 35-0022, an act granting a zoning use variance for plot number 2-137, Estate Zion Hill, Queen Quarter, St. Croix, Virgin Islands, from the R2 residential low density 1 and 2 family to allow for a beauty salon. The invited testifiers are the Honorable Jean-Pierre L. Oriole, Commissioner, Department of Planning and Natural Resources, Leah Laplace Matthew, Territorial Planner, Department of Planning and Natural Resources, Juliana Fabian, applicant, her niece, Jimenez, daughter of applicant. Bill number 35-0023, an act granting a zoning use variance from the B2 Business Secondary Neighborhood zoning designation to plot numbers 50-1 and 50-4, Estate Orange Grove Company Quarter, St. Croix, Virgin Islands, to allow for the manufacture of concrete products. Invited testifiers are the Honorable Jean-Pierre L. Oriole, Commissioner, Department of Planning and Natural Resources, Leah Laplace Matthew, Territorial Planner, Department of Planning and Natural Resources, Mitchell Matthew, owner, Just Right Trucking, LLC, H.C. Ruparelia, Ruparelia, authorized agent, Innovative Asset Group Incorporated, Alicia V. Barnes, subject matter expert. There ends the reading of our agenda for the Committee of the Whole.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. And before we proceed with getting the other applicant to be seated as well, we will be doing both application 35-0021 and 35-0022 in block number 1. At this time, we'll go to the testifiers to introduce themselves, and we'll start from my right and work our way left.
Good morning to the members of the 35th Legislature, to the people of the Virgin Islands, both viewing and listening. On behalf of Commissioner Jean-Pierre Oriol of the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, my name is Leah Laplace Matthew. I'm the Territorial Planner with the Division of Comprehensive and Coastal Zone Planning. And with me today is our Planning Technician, Joel Polimis.
Good morning, Mr. President and other members of the 35th Legislature. My name is Joel Polimis, Planning Technician.
Good morning, Senate President Nobel Francis and 35th Legislature Director Daryl Joshin, Director of the Virgin Islands Territorial Emergency Management Agency.
Morning.
Good morning, Senate President and all members of the 35th Legislature. I am Graciela Rivera, Territorial Hazard Mitigation Officer.
Morning.
Good morning, Senate President and members of the 35th Legislature. This is Stephen de Blasio, Deputy Director of Logistics for VITEMA.
Thank you. Hope you had a good travel all the way from St. John.
I did, yesterday.
Welcome. Yes, ma'am. Morning.
Good morning. My name is Hernice Jimenez.
A little bit louder, please.
My name is Hernice Jimenez.
Good morning. Ma'am.
Good morning. My name is Juliana Fabian.
There we go. Thank you very much. At this time, again, we'll begin with the first measure before us. And the rules of engagement is we'll allow for DPNR certainly to put the information on, and then we'll go to the applicants, of course, and then we'll show some pictorials and go from there. All right? At this time, you're recognized, Ms. Laplace Matthew.
Good morning, and thank you again. So the first report, ZAC-22-12, I'll have Ms. Polimis read that into the record, and I'll read the second report, ZAC-22-13.
Report on petition to amend official zoning map number SCZ-7, application number ZAC-22-12. Petition of the Virgin Islands Territorial Emergency Management Agency, VITEMA, to amend the official zoning map number SCZ-7 from R3 residential medium density to P public for plot numbers 102-A remainder, 102-B, and 102-C Estate Herman Hill, Company Quarter, St. Croix. The owner applicant, the government of the Virgin Islands, as per deed of conveyance dated December 9th, 1992, document number 6773/1992, and deed of conveyance dated September 19th, 2008, document number 2008006178. Acreage. The properties consist of 4.579 acres as described on drawing number 5652 dated June 8th, 2005. Current use. Site is not in use. The former VITEMA offices were vacated in 2011. Proposed use. VITEMA's main office, center of operations for St. Croix, to include the Emergency Operations Center, EOC, safe room for emergency responders to shelter in place during storms and disasters, and the 911 emergency call center. Surrounding uses and zones. To the north is undeveloped land, a residential subdivision, and the Kester Verde condominium development. To the east, south, and west is undeveloped land and a residential subdivision. Surrounding properties are zoned R1, residential low density, and R3. Infrastructure. Water needs will be supplied by public water line and cistern. Wastewater will be handled by public sewer line with a dedicated lift station. Public response. Prior to DPNR's public hearing, 2 emails with concerns were submitted by adjacent property owners. At DPNR's public hearing held October 7th, 2022, there were 24 attendees and 5 adjacent property owners expressed concerns. Following the hearing, an opposition letter and petition bearing 27 signatures were submitted. The opposition and concerns received are summarized below. 1. Impact rezoning will have on adjacent property. Public zone property next to quiet residential area will limit prospective buyers for property owners who are interested in selling their house. Possible increase in residents' property taxes. Site is in the middle of a residential area. 2, safety concern with public property being used as a shelter. 3, noise from large amounts of people and generators, construction, workers, different heavy equipment, and other construction activities. Some residential homes share a boundary line with this property, will disrupt property owners' ability to enjoy their home. Operation of 911 dispatch is 24/7. Generator will be in operation round the clock if there is power outage. 4, increased traffic and congestion on already poor road infrastructure and limited roadway to handle current traffic flow. Proposed building capacity is 330 persons. Proposed development only has 202 parking spaces and public zone properties allowed to use off-road parking. Street is residential, one-way in, one-way out street. 5, impact from demolition and construction and pollution of residential area with dust, debris, and other environmental factors. 6, increase in current sewage problems. 7, increase in current drainage problems and runoff issues. 8, potential increase in crime by attracting unfamiliar people to quiet residential area. 9, proposed building includes basement floor plus 4 additional floors. Proposed square feet is 27,033 and height of 67 feet tall. Lack of privacy from public use on downhill residents. Psychological effect on homeowners concerned of a building of that altitude in residential area can degrade value of the residential properties. Ground wind effects and shading caused by a building of that magnitude to adjacent private homeowners. 10, no sufficient buffer to screen public use from residential areas. Proposed fence is construction fence and additional funds will need to be identified for more secure fence and security gate. 11, current plans will impose an undue burden and change the way of life for all property owners in Estate Herman Hill. 12, restrictive covenants exist on the property stating all plots are hereby designated residential, and it provides guidelines for permitted structures. Property does not follow the requirements in Section 3, buildings and structures, permitted structures. 13, danger of high radio waves from antennas and effect on surrounding residents. Analysis. During the department's public hearing, Vitima's management team, along with their architectural consultant, Springline Architects, testified the property was developed as a tennis facility and club in 1976. Vitima occupied the property from the early 2000s until 2011. The building will be designed as a bunker intended to secure people for emergency management with windows starting at a height of 6 feet. Day-to-day operations would normally see 10 visitors to Vitima, 8 911 operators, and 52 Vitima employees. Federal funding constraints limits the building's safe room design for accommodation of up to 200 emergency responders. This occupant surge would be experienced during training activities and disasters. These occupant surges would be primarily Vitima employees, but also include FEMA personnel and typically last 24 to 48 hours during storm events. Windows will be limited in quantity and placed in positions to limit the view over downhill residences. The site's generator will be in a concrete masonry building to minimize noise. Fencing is required to maintain a secure facility, and Vitima indicated funding will have to be identified. Parking for 135 vehicles and 64 vehicle overflow for a maximum of 199 vehicles are also part of the design. The previously mentioned antennas will be temporary satellite dishes and communication towers for emergency outages and trainings for outages. The same connectivity antennas can be found in the Police Department and Department of Justice to ensure communication during disasters and are not the commercial cellular towers the public is most familiar with. The property must undergo the federal consistency process due to the use of federal funding for demolition and construction. This process mirrors the CZM Tier 1 process with stringent requirements on public involvement and environmental and community impact analysis. In response to possible property tax increase, zoning does not control property taxes. The use of a property dictates its tax rate. Government-owned property is found all over the islands, including in residential neighborhoods. There is no restriction in the zoning law as to where government-owned property can be located. The code does place a restriction on the height of buildings on P-public zone properties, and that is, no building shall exceed the maximum height allowed in the adjoining zoning district. The properties in question have adjoining properties with R1 and R3 zoning, and the maximum number of stories is 6 for R3 zoned properties. Vaitima's proposal is a maximum of 4 stories. The federal funding received for the project restricts Vaitima to this property and to the footprint of the original building. To accommodate Vaitima's use of the site, the proposal to increase story count was made considering the footprint restriction. The shelter use would not be one open to the public and is deemed a safe room, which use would be strictly for government and federal employees to staff the Emergency Operations Center and 911 call center during disaster events. The Homeowners Association of the previously mentioned restrictive covenants expressed concerns and requested a neighbor-friendly approach where residents will be taken into consideration. Outright opposition was not registered from the HOA, and Vaitima will have to address the HOA's and other property owners' concerns during the federal consistency and permitting process. A covenant is a condition set by a seller and grantor when the property was conveyed from the Virgin Islands Housing Authority, via HFA, to the Department of Property and Procurement in 1992. Deed of conveyance, document number 6773/1992. The Herman Hill Property Owners Association covenants and restrictions did not exist. The HOA's documents registration date is August 27th, 2008. The 1992 deed had its own covenant and restrictions stating the property reverts to the grantor via HFA if it is not used as an emergency operations center under the auspices of Vaitima. This zoning map amendment is being sought to bring the property into zoning conformity. Being government-owned land, the rezoning will satisfy Section 229Q of the zoning law, which states properties which are publicly owned should be shown upon the zoning map as such. The reconstruction of the Emergency Operations Center for Vaitima's use is in line with the property's original intent as registered in the 1992 Deed of Conveyance, document number 6773/1992. Recommendation. The Department of Planning and Natural Resources recommends that plot numbers 102A remainder, 102B, and 102C Estate Herman Hill Company Quarters, St. Croix, be rezoned from R3 Residential Medium Density to P Public. Signed by retired Assistant Commissioner Keith Richards, dated January 26, 2023. And that's the end of the report on ZAC 22-12.
Thank you very much. And next we'll go to Director Joshin for his testimony at this time.
Good morning, Senator Novell E. Francis, Senate President, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Committee of the Whole, legislative staff, and those in the viewing and listening audience. I'm Darrell D. Joshin, the Director of the Virgin Islands Territorial Emergency Management Agency, Vaitima. Present with me today are Vaitima Deputy Director of Logistics, Mr. Steve de Blasio, Vaitima Territorial Hazard Mitigation Officer, Ms. Graciela Rivera. On video, Vaitima Construction Manager, Mr. Asante Richards. On video, Springline Architects Principal, Mr. Mike DeHaas. On video, Springline Architects Principal, Mr. Jerry Trano. The purpose of this testimony is to provide to the Committee of the Whole background to support Bill ZAC-2212, amending the zoning designation of plot numbers 102A, remainder, 102B, and 102-C, Estate Herman Hill, Company Quarters, St. Croix, from R3 residential medium density to P public for Vaitima's main office, center of operations on St. Croix to include an emergency operations center, a safe room for emergency responders to shelter in place during storm and disasters, and a 911 call center. In 1992, the Housing Finance Authority and Department of Property and Procurement deeded the Virgin Islands Territorial Emergency Management Agency 4.86 acres of Herman Hill, known as Plot 102A, for the purpose of establishing an emergency operations center in the existing two-story building. The team has successfully operated its St. Croix EOC until 2011, when, due to mold, the building was deemed unhealthy to occupy. Fatima relocated the EOC to a rented three-story building in downtown Christiansted to serve as a base for coordinating emergency preparation, response, and recovery operations. Adjoining areas, Plot 102B, 0.394 acres, Plot 102C, 0.502 acres, were both deeded from the VI Housing Finance Authority to the Department of Planning or Department of Property and Procurement on 19 September 2008. As a result of Hurricane Maria in September 2017, Vitima and FEMA jointly agreed that an opportunity existed not only to retrofit the old Herman Hill Vitima EOC, but to relocate the district's 911 operations from a rented building. The expanded capacity provided space to coordinate the combined efforts of local agencies, federal partners, the private sector to prepare for and respond to major disaster at a Category 5 hurricane. The additional space could serve as conference rooms for additional government agencies to hold planning sessions and conduct tabletop exercises with virtual links to other training sites or EOCs such as those on St. Thomas and St. John. Approved by FEMA in 2021, the Vitima $22.5 million retrofit came with several constraints which the territory must comply. First, the site selected had to be at Herman Hill. Second, the building had to contain within the footprint of the original structure. Third, the safe room design had to accommodate up to 200 emergency response individuals to serve as a safe haven while the storm passed St. Croix. And finally, the federal funding was limited to the parking, the building, emergency power generation. Earlier in 2019 and 2020, an engineering study determined that the existing building structure could not meet the FEMA requirements for occupancy, and as such, FEMA approved demolition of the existing structure and authorized to build up several stories. But FEMA could build up but could not go outside the original footprint. Today, the design is depicted in Figure 1 of the architectural design drawing shows Vitima Herman Hill wind retrofit and safe room with a three-story south wing 48 feet tall, a four-story north wing 68 feet tall, and a corridor connecting the two buildings, a totaling of 25,000 square feet. Due to the change in elevation slope, the four-story north wing would be equal in height to the 48-foot south wing. As depicted in Figure 2, on-site parking accommodates 135 vehicles and room for an additional 64 vehicles overflow. Part of the parking area would serve to hold Vitima's mobile EOC, its four mobile portable 100 kilowatt generators, and several mobile light sets. Vitima has a fleet of approximately 10 vehicles which would be parked at the facility. There are normally 10 visitors to Vitima per day, Monday through Friday, but with the increased number of visitors during key events such as curfew pass issue and classroom training events. Vitima does not operate any public distribution of food or water from this facility. The facility will have a maximum of 8 individuals operating 24 hours a day in a capacity as 911 operators. During normal operations, Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., an additional 52 individuals will work out the facility in the capacity of operations, planning, logistics, admin and finance, public information, communications, hazard mitigation, and public assistance. Vitima's new Office of Disability Integration St. Croix section will also be located at the Herman Hill facility. During times when Vitima offers classroom training to government Virgin Islands agencies and strategic partners, an additional 40 individuals would be at the facility. During times of emergency preparation and response, such as during a hurricane threat, all training would be suspended and up to 90 individuals running 45 per shift would be on site to conduct coordination with local, federal, and private sector partners. Under the VITEMA and FEMA Community Lifeline approach, agency representatives would focus on safety and security, health and medical, communications, hazardous materials, food, water, shelter, energy, power, and fuel, and transportation, assessment, and restoration efforts. Based on the guidance from the governor, VITEMA could also use emergency press conferences at the Herman Hill facility. During a major communications outage or training for an outage, the Bureau of Information Technology, FEMA, or private sector partners may temporarily erect satellite dishes and communication towers. Normal 24-hour communication support for 911 operators and backup communication capabilities include devices connected to several antennas approximately 10 to 20 feet in height. No permanent commercial cell towers are identified to be placed at the facility, but emergency private provider cell on wheels station may be required if 911 communication outages occur. A cistern meeting the VI code with a WAPA water line feeding to the building is required. A septic tank is no longer permitted at the site, and the structure will be required to tie into the Waste Management Authority system. An emergency generator with diesel tank storage permits 24-hour operations and will be contained in a noise-reduced concrete structure. The storm water retention pond is designed to reduce water runoff, but will not eliminate runoff due to the neighboring areas as the facility sits on top of Herman Hill itself. Approximately 0.6 miles of the estate Herman Hill Road will serve as both a demolition haul-out road and a construction road. Coordination with the Department of Public Works has begun to outline the process to identify any temporary and permanent road repairs for damage caused by heavy vehicles. Appropriate measures will follow in accordance with DPNR requirements to minimize dust, road debris, and noise to the surrounding community during demolition and construction phases. A construction fence will be placed around the perimeter of the facility, but VITEMA will need to seek separate funding to establish an improved physical security posture to include entrance gate control access, security cameras, and landscaping. A paved road going around Herman Hill, identified as VITEMA Road, is narrow and may need to be identified as one-way in coordination with Department of Public Works or widened to support increased traffic in and out of the facility. As for off-road parking, there is not enough room for off-road parking, and all vehicles would be required to park at the VITEMA parking lot on top of Herman Hill, where there is room for 135 vehicles and 64 overflow vehicles. VITEMA has a full-time construction manager, program manager, Mr. Asante Richards, who will coordinate with the demolition and construction firms to ensure proper work performance, coordinate with the Department of Public Works on road and site requirements, ensure DPNR environmental standards are maintained, and serve as a point of contact to the community to address their concerns during demolition and construction phases of the project. In conclusion, I want to thank Governor Albert Bryan Jr. and Director Adrian Auckland-Williams of the Office of Disaster Recovery in recognizing this hazard mitigation recovery project as one of the top 100 construction projects prioritized to be completed in the territory over the next 3 years. VITEMA, along with Springline Architects, wants to ensure that all proper engineering and architectural requirements are met in accordance with the U.S. Virgin Islands Construction Code, of which proper land zoning is one of the first steps. I appreciate the opportunity to present to the Committee of the Whole the background and path forward needed through approval of the bill ZAC 22-12, amending the zoning designation of plots number 102A remainder, 102B, and 102C Herman Hill, Company Quarter, St. Croix, from R3 residential medium density to public for VITEMA to main office center of operations on St. Croix to include an emergency operations center, a safe room for emergency responders to shelter in and place during storms and disasters, and a 911 emergency center. My team and I are prepared to answer any questions you may have at this time.
Thank you very much, Director Jashin. Colleagues, there were photos being shown at the time of the testimony, but if we need to go back to those, I'll be happy to do that. Also, Madam Clerk, please recognize the presence of Senate Majority Leader, Senator Kenneth L. Gittens. being present. I think that concludes the first application, and then we'll move to the second one. You don't have anyone else? Director Josh will be testifying at this time, right?
No, I do not, Senator.
Thank you. We could proceed to the second application.
Madam President. Report on petition to amend official zoning map number SCZ-6. Application number ZAC-22-13. Petition of Juliana Fabian requesting that plot number 2-137 Estate Sion Hill, Queen Quarters, St. Croix, be rezoned from R2 residential low density 1 and 2 family to B2 business secondary neighborhood. Project profile, owner/applicant. Leonela Fabian de Jesus is the property owner as per general warranty deed dated April 14, 2021. Document number 2021-001728. Power of attorney was granted to her mother, the applicant, Juliana Fabian. The property comprises of 0.27 acres and is described on drawing number A9-74-C012. Current use, an unoccupied two-story single-family dwelling under construction. Proposed use, to allow the bottom floor to be converted into a beauty salon. The top floor will be used as a residence. Surrounding uses and zones. The surrounding area is R2 zoned vacant land to the north, south, east, and west. Infrastructure. Water needs will be supplied by cistern. Wastewater will be handled by a septic system. Public response. At DPNR's public hearing held October 21, 2022, no opposition or concerns were expressed with the proposal. Analysis. Ms. Leonela Fabian de Jesus testified on behalf of her mother during the department's public hearing. She stated the intent is to allow her mother to operate a beauty salon on the first floor of the residence, Tuesdays through Saturdays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. The established clientele of about 10 to 15 people a week will be served by appointment only, and the salon has a separate entrance and bathroom from the residence. Ms. Fabian will be the only employee, and the property can accommodate parking for 3 to 4 cars, which would have to be off-street parking. In analyzing the applicant's request, the department considered the appropriateness of the requested B2 zone for the proposal and area. The B2 zone was intended for shopping centers immediately adjacent to primary business areas. The current R2 zoning allows for non-residential uses such as daycares, schools, museums, civic and social clubhouses. Due to the low amount of anticipated traffic to the business, proposed business hours of 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., and adequate off-street parking, the small beauty salon would not be incompatible with the uses that could be developed in the area, in the immediate area, and would be a low-impact operation. The department does not recommend the B2 zoning due to its intent for shopping centers, and instead recommends a use variance. The beauty salon has already passed review by DPNR's Division of Building Permits, and if the use variance were to be granted, a business license would have to be granted by the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs Board overseeing barbers, beauticians, and manicurists. The salon's final design will have to meet requirements set forth by DLCA and the Department of Health before it would be operational. Recommendation: the Department of Planning and Natural Resources recommends that a use variance be granted to the R2 residential low-density 1 and 2 family zoned plot number 2-137 Estate Sion Hill, Queen Quarters, St. Croix, to allow a beauty salon. signed by retired Assistant Commissioner Keith Richards, dated January 23, 2023. And that concludes the department's report.
Thank you very much, Ms. Laplace Matthews. Next, we'll come to you for your testimony. Speak nice and loud into the mic.
Good morning. Good morning. I will be reading the applicant's daughter testimony
Okay.
and translating for her as well.
Okay. Put your name on the record again, please.
My name is Hernice Jimenez.
Very well, proceed.
My name is Leonela Fabian de Jesus, and presently I have the power of attorney of plot number 2-137, comprising 0.27 U.S. acres, more or less. Estate Zion Farm, Queen Quarters, St. Croix, U.S. Virgin Islands. I have given my mother, Juliana Fabian, the permission to request B2, Business Secondary Neighborhood. This rezoning will allow her to obtain her business license to practice licensed trade of cosmetology at my property. It has adequate parking, running water, restroom, air conditioning system, and all other amenities to the customer satisfaction as legally required.
Thank you very much. At this time, media, you have any photos that we could show in terms of the location? Can you? Yes, Laplace Matthews.
Okay, good morning again. So the photos shown, it's the property which is currently developed with a residence. So this is photos showing the driveway up onto the property, showing areas that can be used for off-street parking. Next slide. That's the internal shot of the proposed beauty salon. Next slide. Another internal shot. Next slide. Internal pictures again. Next slide. That concludes the photos.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, there you have it, the two applications that's before us this morning in block number 1. At this time, I'll open up the floor to a 5-minute round, and at that time, you could certainly inquire about both applicants. And first of all, we'll recognize Senator Alma Francis Heidegger for her 5 minutes.
Good morning to my colleagues, to the people of the territory. Good morning to the central staff and testifiers alike. Good morning. My first set of questions is to, in reference to Bill 350022. The original was for a business zoning, and it's being recommended, and based on what the piece of legislation in front of me references, is a variance. Do the applicants agree with that? Are they okay with this suggestion from our governmental agency?
You have to speak in the mic, huh?
Yes, I do.
Her response was yes, I do, Senator.
Okay, thank you.
You got to speak up a little bit loud because she's virtual.
Okay.
I didn't really hear much of or see much opposition to this piece of this for this request. Have you guys had a chance to speak to any of the neighbors, to anyone, and there was no opposition, or what was anybody had any concerns that you would like to share?
Yes, she went to some neighbors and also she sent letters to them. No oppositions.
Excellent. That's what I like to hear. I love to support businesses that where we can do things for individuals, especially when they already have a piece of property that they would like to make adjustments to in order to better themselves, as well as continue to be contributing members of our society. So I am in support of this piece of legislation as it relates to the variance. Now, as it relates to 35-0021, Director Joshing, the first set of questions I want to ask you is, when seeking out the location for this new property, what was the requirements or the thought process as to why this piece was selected to put the new building on?
Thank you, Senator, for the question. You know, it goes back to the previous location was used as the Emergency Operations Center on St. Croix, and that was the desire, looking at the applicant being Vitima after Irma and Maria storms, to pursue what's called a retrofit. This is a hazard mitigation project, which was required to have an existing structure to that, which is the existing structure we identified up on Herman Hill.
Okay. This application has quite a bit of resistance from residents. But I also listened to what was reported that some of their concerns were quelled based on the responses. Some were concerned in regards to a shelter, but from what I understand, it's only specific to individuals that utilize the building for emergency purposes, and several other things that they were concerned about. Was there any options in regards to the height of the building? Because I know based on what the code says, and you guys got additional to go up to 4 stories, some of the residents are concerned, and I heard you say things like limiting windows and stuff like that. But when you have a much taller structure smack in a location and you have adjacent properties, those properties are going to get affected, whether it's shading, whether it's blocking out of certain views. Are you guys at a distance enough, or do you think that is one of the issues that they're majorly having, because they did bring it up?
Well, I appreciate that discussion we had at the public hearing, those issues coming up. The location is pretty much in the center of the zoning area.
1 minute.
Which limits, on one end for a particular area. I think the closest it is to a residence about 110 feet. In part of the design, we initially went this in 2019, 2020, tried to expand it out beyond that. But again, the application came back and said we had to stay within the footprint of the existing structure, which was those 2 wings, the north wing and this. So we had to go up. We could not go expand it out. So that's why we took it, and because we're involving both the EOC and 911 as well as ability to do surge operations, that's why it ended up going to 4 stories on that one side and 3 stories on the other side.
Well, since some of the opposition was reported, and even at some of the meetings, and you guys have been able to respond to the individuals that had quite a bit of concern, have you been able to quell some of their concerns? Because it's one thing to have the information here, but then after you share with them, well, okay, this is our solution. Have you guys done that? And are they still pushing back on this project?
Well, we had the initial hearing. We appreciate all the questions that came up. In the response that we had going forward, we have not gone back separately to them, but we did listen to them. Part of the architectural design that we've set, like we mentioned, the windows are not a major feature for this, but I understand their concern.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Francis Heiliger, for your line of questions. Next, we'll recognize Senator Franklin D. Johnson for his 5 minutes.
Good morning, Mr. President. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers. Good morning to the viewing and listening audience. When we come for these hearings, sometimes you hear folks that are protesting and against things, and I don't know what the people really want some of the times. But we continue saying that the government is always renting. And now today, the government is trying to build their own property to get out of renting, and we still have people complaining. In fact, the government is trying to go back where it originally was. That's where it was all the time. And we still have a fight. So my question is, what do we want? We want progress? We want to stay the same? In fact, it's a derelict building in their neighborhood right now. That's what it is. That's exactly what it is inside that neighborhood right now. An old rundown building. You have a state-of-the-art building that's going to be built for when hurricane season comes. Vaitima will be in a secure property where we don't have to worry if they're going to be able to respond or not. But yet we find people complaining. I don't understand this. I don't have no bunch of questions because when the time comes, I vote in for it. You know, if and but about it. The only question I asked, and I think you pretty much answered about the tower. You've been building a small tower or something like that, and what's the height of the tower? What's the drop zone to make sure it's not in nobody's neighborhood to be falling on anybody's home?
Yeah, excellent question, Commissioner. Yeah, there is no separate tower that's going to be built on this land. We do have on top of the building itself, we said 10-foot antennas, which are basically straight-looking antennas.
Okay.
It's only during emergency operations that we would have an antenna would come up there again for contingency communication operations, not day-to-day operations.
Okay, so it's something that after a storm or so you will erect. It's something that erects very fast, a small antenna or something like that nature?
Yes, there are mobile systems that can come up either private sector or through BIT. It would be very temporarily until we reestablish the primary means of communications.
All right. I mean, like I said, I have no questions. And at the appropriate time, I will be supporting this measure because Vaitima needs to get back in a hardened structure where you guys can be in a bunker, be safe for when the storm is finished. You guys can respond. In fact, they're going to get the quickest response because they're going to run come to you. The same people are crying, no. They're going to run come right to you for shelter. Trust me. Hope that it don't happen. But if we do get that storm, the same people going to run come looking for shelter. So I have no questions about that. And young lady, you and your mom, I really applaud you for assisting your mom with doing this business. I like to see small business. The only problem I have, you don't do like man beard and that kind of thing, eh? Ask your mother if she's going to be taking care of my beard or...
Yes.
What? See, I got a place to go. So, and again, I will be supporting your initiative. I'm proud that you're helping your mom. I'm proud that you're trying to do your own business and survive for yourself. You need to tell your mom all of that,
Yeah.
So at the appropriate time, I will definitely be supporting both of these measures. I don't need 5 minutes, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson. It's called Just for Men. Next, the chair will recognize Senator DeGraff. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers. I stand in support of both initiatives. I know Vaitima, there's some concerns, but because it's Vaitima, what Vaitima provides for the territory, I stand in support. And for the small business, again, I support too. So I really don't have anything else. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator DeGraff. Next, we'll recognize Senator Samuel Carrion for his 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning to you, to my colleagues and the viewing and listening audience this morning, and also to the testifiers that are here today. Ms. Juliana Fabian, good morning to you also. It's always, I echo the sentiments of my colleagues. It's always great when we have individuals within our community that step out in faith to own their own business because we know the challenges that come with that. Just a few questions. How long have you been in this business as a beautician?
Okay, 6 years as an employee and 17 as a business owner.
As a business owner, good. And having your own place now, you won't have to pay rent, right?
No.
Okay, so
you
of
won't be
course
paying
it
rent.
saves you overhead costs. Well, if there's no objections from DPNR and no objection from members in the community, then I don't see why we can't move forward and approving and voting favorably on this when due time comes. Director Jashin, a few questions. The footprint that you currently have in that property compared to what you're proposing? What's the difference? You can share with us.
Well, we're basically a double in size. You know, it's 25,000 square feet, which is, you know, again, the same footprint, but instead of 2 stories, it's going to go up to 3 on one side and 4 for the other side.
Okay, so basically doubling in size. With the FEMA appropriation that you have, or approval of the funding, I should say, are you limited to that property, or are you allowed to use another land in order to build?
At the time of the application from Vitima, the government into the federal side, they came back, and that was the constraint, was we had to stay within that property.
At the time, is that the same now?
Yes, it is. Yes.
It is now. So what would this mean for Vitima if you weren't approve this rezoning?
Well, one would be the loss of the federal funds to use this and grow and use the footprint to expand, to bring 911 in together, the EOC, actually to expand the capabilities of Vitima. We'd have to stay in the rented facilities we currently have on St. Croix, both for 911 and down in Christiansted. It just reduces our capacity. Again, a lot of lessons learned from Irma and Maria storms, that we need to have the capacity to come together to coordinate and respond.
And have you had any conversation whatsoever with the Virgin Islands Housing Authority for the possibility of a land swap, if possible?
We have not reached out to the Housing Authority at all on this. We work with strictly the Housing Finance Authority and Property and Procurement.
Okay, so you haven't had those conversations?
No, because again, Senator, the funds are restricted with FEMA on this project, and the application that was submitted to use specifically that land and that footprint.
Okay. Thank you for putting all that information in the record. Let us know that the fundings are assigned specifically for that location, and how moving would put in jeopardy those funding. I have no further questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I will be voting accordingly at due time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Carrion. I just wanted to go back to the issue of towers and antennas and those type of things, because modern day, there's always this concern about towers and their ability to fall. But from what I've seen is that a lot of these towers are created it's collapsible. They fold into each other as a state of emergency. You're able to wind them down and bring it to the lowest point again to prevent any type of falling or damages, because obviously you don't want to pay to erect that each and every time you have a storm. So can either one of you want to address that?
I'll ask Director de Blasio to talk about the towers a bit.
Yes, sir. Thank you for the question. As Director Joshin said, the tower that we would use would be a temporary tower that comes in on wheels. We would crank it up. You are correct. It is a telescoping tower that would go up and allow for emergency communications to support either the Emergency Operations Center or 911 or both. As soon as communications are restored, these towers would be brought down and removed from the premises. We don't even keep them there on a regular basis. They would be brought in only after a storm and only if necessary due to interruption to critical emergency communications.
Thank you very much, Deputy de Blasio. Next, the chair will recognize Senator Javon E. James Sr. for his 5 minutes.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. I stand in support of both projects, and I'm happy to know that Vitima is rightfully claiming what was once theirs. I used to live in Herman Hill back in the days, and I always used to look up on the hill and wonder what was up there until I was old enough to understand the importance of that facility. So to my former neighbors, calm down, let's give Vitima a home. And what I really like about it is it will have a conference room, and it will be utilized for government agencies, for training, and whatever the case may be. So it's a multi-purpose facility. So my question to Vitima, during the process of DPNR going through with the cadastral, I think it is called, you have to inform the neighbors within 150 radius. Did you had an opportunity to explain to them all the features and benefits of this building?
Yes, Senator, during the department's public hearing.
Okay, interesting. And the number one concern of the neighbors, out of all the concerns, what was the number one concern brought to your attention?
I think the number one concern was just simply having a government property in the middle of the residential neighborhood. Many of them are newer landowners than when Vitima was there, so they're probably not used to Vitima already being in the area. So to me, that was their number one concern.
Okay. Thank you. I thought it was something crazy, like they were afraid of radiation coming from the satellites or something of that nature. But at the same time, we do have to listen to our constituents. But I do see the importance of this. We always get cursed and blamed for when federal dollars do go back. And this is one opportunity we cannot afford to miss. So to the people of St. Croix, let us do the right thing and support these individuals. And I like the fact that it will be able to house at least 200 plus individuals during an emergency, right?
Senator, the 200 requirement by FEMA is a safe room for 200 first responders. So looking at government agencies, federal responders, it's not for the public to use as a safe room. That was one of the contingencies of this.
Okay, so give me a scenario of something is happening. You have 200 plus individuals down there. What are they doing down there?
Well, it's called shelter in place. So basically, we have an onset of a storm coming up. We need to make sure we have good accountability for people who've been here, come down from the states, federal responders plus agencies. We will already have stood up the Vitima EOC. So we're running basically operations. But for the passing of that storm, for the specific capabilities of individuals that are in there, we want them to be safe. Once the storm passes, then we go back to normal operations, or we go back to the response, initial recovery operations. It would be a surge. So we go down to 100 people per shift to operate inside there until we had to go back to normal operations.
Makes sense. Have everyone centralized. No one really have to go home like that. They can make the sacrifice and stay behind, and everybody's in communication. I stand in full support of that. And as far as the hair salon, I might not have a need for it. And I heard the Senate President mention just for men, but I don't think I need that as yet. So I would like to wish you in advance congratulations and best wishes. And I hope that
1 minute.
you're able to make enough money to take care of yourself and your family. Times are hard in the U.S. Virgin Islands, and we always hear from individuals, what is the government doing to help small businesses? Well, here we are helping individuals, and I'm happy to know that there are no oppositions. It really makes our job easy. So I really would conclude by saying that, and thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator James. I'm a kind of old school guy, right? I remember when Vitima was actually civil defense. Back in the old days, it was under Luttrell and Elroy Harrison and those guys, and actually housed in the in Government House, in a little small room in Government House. So, the whole evolution of time, and see that we have moved there. We have to understand that there will be some changes. I wanted for you to just take a quick second to just talk about the EOC. What's contained in the EOC and the fact that you have all of your government officials that's leaving their home a lot of times and are actually housed in this EOC during the state of emergency, and they need to be in a safe housing, and then they're deployed, after the storm. Can you just touch a little bit on the EOC role?
Yes, thank you, Senator. The Emergency Operations Center is one of the components that would be in there, and that surges based upon the threats that come in. We have pretty much each agency, we have 15 different essential support functions called ESFs, and those agencies would show up physically inside the EOC to have good, close coordination, realizing one of the challenges we do have in a territory when storms come through is communication, number one, and power, number two. So, having everybody there, you have both communications and backup and redundancy, as well as you have the power redundancy so you can keep operations. We don't have the luxury to then show up afterwards, getting through the roads to get to the EOC to perform our operations. It's 24-hour operations. We're gathering information, we're analyzing, we're assessing, we're deploying resources that we can do, whether it's police, whether it's fire, whether it's EMS, to go out and respond, as well as our capacity for beyond our needs. We then look at federal responders to come in, as well as work with the National Guard. So that becomes the hub. Again, VITEMA is the single coordinating agency for the government of the U.S. Virgin Islands under VI code.
Very well, thank you. We'll talk a little bit later on about how WAPA wants to, right after a storm, want to take care of the EOC and make sure that that's covered and that neighborhood will be able to benefit from some of that quick action because of their location and placement. Next, the chair will recognize Senator Angel Bolquez Jr. for his 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands, and good morning to the testifiers. Director Joshin, how are you doing, sir?
Good, Senator.
Good, good, good. Director Joshin, the seat that you occupy is by far the most important in times of natural disasters, imminent, during, and aftermath. You literally become one of the most important people in the Virgin Islands based on your title and position. And today we're talking about potentially approving a safe room or emergency hub for responders to shelter and be able to do their jobs in these specific times of need. And, you know, change is the only constant, right? Change doesn't always come easy. Change comes with pushback sometimes. But in most times, we have to do the best for everyone. And in my opinion, while I went through DPNR's report, and I value the input from our constituency, don't get me wrong, but some of the things that I read on this paper were really interesting. I saw things like safety concern with public property being used as a shelter. Why would we not want a shelter? Even if it's for our first responders, why would we not want that? You know, increasing current sewage problems. Are there any sewage problems in that location that VITEMA is aware of?
I'm aware of that there's some projects that are going through Government House that basically are going to provide solutions in that area. Having talked to the Chief of Staff Knight about that, but specifically in how we would tie into that, we have not put that yet on the table.
Okay, and I see potential increase in crime by attracting unfamiliar people to a quiet residential area. How are we saying that anybody who walks in there is a criminal? That doesn't sound like inclusive of a society that people want to be a part of. I mean, I know that not people in this society may make mistakes from time to time, but you can't just because somebody looks different, you know, all of a sudden they're a criminal. We can't do that. If we're going to put input on these petitions and go through this process, let's be reasonable. Let's be reasonable. Let's be fair. You know, some of these things, they jump out at me and they're quite offensive. And I mean, no disrespect to the individuals who submitted them, but they seem very offensive. You know, current plans will impose an undue burden and change the way of life. Of course it's going to change the way of life. You're going to be able to have your emergency responders working out of a facility with all of the state-of-the-art technology that they need, that we will need in a time of natural disaster. How is not that a good thing? So, you know, it's quite confusing at times. And as I go on, I see a number of things. I'm not saying that everything here is a negative thing. However, concerning the shelter, I would have liked to see that the public would be able to utilize the shelter. I'll be honest with you on that. But yes, I understand that your team has a job to do, and I respect that. And I'm looking forward to voting in the affirmative for this rezoning, because I think it's going to be beneficial not only to the people of St. Croix, but the people of the Virgin Islands. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Bolquez. Next, the chair will recognize Senator Donifred Gregory for her 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to my colleagues, and good morning to the testifiers. And this is a good conversation, and it just goes back to why it's so important that we fast forward the conversation, and I see it's fast forwarded already, around the land and water use plan. But as we have to make these decisions, it's important that we flesh out the issues. And the speaker before me, I have to agree with some of what he said around the, I think it's 13 areas of opposition on this particular zoning change request. Let me just ask, I think this is important to ask, and this is to you, Director Joshin. What if this zoning is not approved? What does this mean for the territory overall, and particularly the Island District of St. Croix? Because I think that needs to be placed on the record.
Thank you, Senator. Again, as a coordinating agency during times of disaster, lots of different groups come together, primarily first responders, key agencies. I mentioned I have 15 different agencies based upon the emergency support functions. I have federal partners that come in right now. And the key to that is being able to be effective and timely with our communication and action that we need to take, as well as the assessments and advising our senior leaders, as in Governor Bryan.
No, but what does it mean to not have this building built? That's what I'm trying to ask. What does it mean?
Well, it means the same strategies of challenges today is trying to communicate and coordinate using the existing structure down in Christiansted, which is an old structure right now for St. Croix. It just hampers the ability for us to respond and provide services to the community here in the territory during times of emergency.
So, and then let me ask you, and that's a good answer, and thank you for that. I think it's important for that to be on the record. But let me ask you, there's a primary concern about the generators. So the generators run during the event and after the event. So if we were to have that building today, would it be necessary for generators to be running?
It would only be needed if we lost water power authority to come through. And that would, if it affects, Vaitima there, it affects the community right adjacent to it. We would obviously work with Water Power Authority to prioritize restoration for that site, which most likely will include the community that's there also.
Right.
So if we're running generator, I would assume the neighbors next to us be running generators also.
Right. So I just wanted to make sure that I was clear that this is not a situation where generators will be running 365. It's just based on the events. Okay. And then there was a concern about dust and the construction and the like, demolition, construction, and pollution of the residential area. But in the report from the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, it's specific. It says that the property must undergo the federal consistency process. Can you please expound on what that means?
Good morning, Senator. The federal consistency process is being required for all government projects receiving federal funding, where they have to undergo, regardless of the tier, they have to undergo the Tier 1 CZM application process. So the Tier 1 application process is more stringent than Tier 2. It requires public hearing, requires
But no,
higher
that's not what I meant,
standards.
though. So I'm talking about the demolition component. There is a requirement for a review of the demolition and what that should look like.
Correct.
And the
1
specific guidelines around it, correct?
Correct. It's the,
All right.
it's the CZM process they have to undergo,
Okay,
even
got
for
it. So
demolition.
this is not going to be a situation where it's going to be willy-nilly construction.
Correct.
All right, thank you. So I think that should ease the minds of the residents in that area. Now, let me just go to these wonderful women that's sitting in front of us this morning. It definitely warms my heart when I see women stepping out and wanting to open their own businesses. It definitely matters, and it's a major part of our economic development. While your business might be a small business, it definitely supports the economic development here in the Virgin Islands, and specifically to the Island District of St. Croix in this particular case. But let me just ask one question, and that question is two questions. Your hours of operations, and do you have adequate parking?
Time.
Okay, her business hours will be from 9 to 5, and she can fit like 8 parkings, but she's planning to have like at least just two
Okay.
people at a time.
Okay, so that satisfies me. Two individuals in the shop, two clients at a time.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, if you would allow me to ask my last question.
Yeah, you may wrap up.
Thank you, and I'm going back to the DPNR. So there was a conversation around the high radio waves, and we've since been challenged with individuals being very concerned about that. How does that really affect the community? We need to really flesh out this conversation around high radio waves. We know a lot of our residents have become sick for reasons that we don't know. So what type of antenna will this be, and how do we know that this antenna will not affect those in our community? And you can answer on the chair's time. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Fred Gregory. You may answer my time, Director.
Okay. So the Vaitima, where it's located, proposed at Herman Hill, it's not in the sense of a broadcast station like you would get for a telecommunications center. It's really, it's small communications, but it's receiving from other tower sites, such as 911, throughout the system, which is already run by the Bureau of Imaging Technology. And we have satellite communication. We set up the long-distance communications, what's called high frequency, and it's been around since 1903. So it's very low-emitting power comes out of there. It travels long distance, but that's our lowest level of communication. As far as the needs for the community safety, that is definitely paramount. We have downtown Christiansted, or the same communication structure we'd put up there. The emergency to put a tower up is, again, to get the height if we need to, but we're already high enough up. We have better access to a lot of the existing towers in the territory, especially on St. Croix.
Thank you very much. Next, the chair will recognize Senator Milton Potter for his 5 minutes. Thereafter, we'll take a 3-minute recess and then resume. Senator Potter, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to all of the testifiers that are before us today. I'm going to start with ZAC 2213 and just echo some of the sentiments of my colleagues here today that it is always heartwarming to see local folks get involved in small business. Because small business, as small as a business might be, the accumulation of businesses, a small business here, there, and everywhere, really adds up. It is really the force and the engine that drives a local economy. So I am definitely supportive of this initiative. Clearly, DPNR has expressed no opposition to it, recommendation of a variance. There is no opposition from the surrounding parties, so this is really a no-brainer as far as I'm concerned. But I wanted to ask you a question, just out of curiosity. Persons who get involved in the business of making people look their best, what do you like the most about being in the beauty business?
Please hold the senator's time while the
Make
translation
them
occurs.
look good, she said.
Say that again?
Make them look good.
Making them look good, yes. So that is something that is very, very important. When you're down on your luck and you're depressed and things aren't going your way, a good makeover can really do wonders for you psychologically. So congratulations to you for being in that business. With regards to ZAC 2212, the Vaitima initiative, and there has been some concerns. I wanted to ask Director Jasin just a couple questions. From the concerns that you've seen, Director, are any of these concerns, in your view, legitimate?
Senator, the concerns that we talked about in the federal consistency, those are legitimate concerns. That the dust and how we mitigate that, we've already had conversations with DPNR to be prepared for that and address that. Having Mr. Asante Richards on board to be on site to address those issues, that's being proactive for that. As far as our team itself, the purpose of going out there, reestablishing an improved coordinated effort, everything is for the betterment of the territory, sir.
from a cost-benefit analysis, in your view, it is definitely for the greater good of this community?
Yes, sir. World-class facility, world-class staffing, world-class response. Again, this brings us to a new level. Again, response to the territory for whatever emergency it is. This provides a solution for the territory, not just St. Croix, but throughout the territory also.
For the territory, okay. What's the timeline? I don't know if you mentioned this in your testimony. What's the timeline for construction?
Right now, we're still in the design phase. We're at 30% design. We held there until we finished this hearing to move forward with the rezoning. But we do have a timetable that's mandated by the federal side. Ms. Rivera, if you can address the timetable.
Good morning, everyone. Graciela Rivera, Territorial Hazard Mitigation Officer. So most hazard mitigation projects do have a timeline of 36 months. We do have flexibility if we see that there are any delays for any reason, example, this process, but currently it's at 36 months.
The issue of sewage, and I know our sewage system in this territory tends to be very complicated in a densely populated area, and I'm thinking more St. Thomas, but just based on some of the concerns expressed, it's an issue here in St. Croix also. Did you do your due diligence with
1
respect
minute.
to the sewage issues expressed by some of the persons who are opposed to this? And is it something for you to be proactive with? I mean, I'm thinking if you're coming in and you're able to assist with what has been challenging problems for neighbors in the area, they may view this whole project in a much more positive manner. Is that something that you've thought about?
Thank you, Senator, for the question. You know, working with Waste Management Authority, we've already had engagement with them. You know, previously it was a septic location. And of course, right now, the way that DPNR says no more septic is out there. So we have to tie into the waste management side of the house with a lift station to provide the support for the capacity that's out there. So that's definitely underway. Again, talking to the Chief of Staff as far as tying it into any existing projects, look at their timetable compared to our timetable. And that becomes sort of the challenge to make sure we, like Ms. Rivera said, we stay within that timetable of completing the project, but as well as support the needs for the community that are out there.
Time.
Thank you very much for your response. Thank you very much for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Milton Potter, for your line of questions. Senator James, you recognize for your point of inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. While the previous speakers mentioned his comments, something came to my mind as far as the demolition process. Can you explain to us, as this is passed by this body, how soon can we see demolition and what safety measures you have in place to inform the residents when it comes to the demolition process? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You may respond.
That then, Senator, goes into the federal consistency process with DPNR. Again, happy if they be able to respond to our capabilities to meet the requirements to then support a positive aspect to the area out there. We do demolition. So it's a federal consistency.
The timeline.
Yeah, the time, our demolition window, once it's approved, is between 2 to 3 months. But we have to get to that point yet. And then we still have to figure out with DPNR the timetable to get to there.
Thank you very much for your response. At this time, the Committee of the Whole will stand in recess for 3 minutes and then We're out of recess. At this time, Senator Ray Fonseca, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you and blessings to everyone, and welcome to the testifiers on this pleasant Friday. It also happens to be my birthday, my 64th birthday. So thank everybody for all the good wishes. I'm definitely in full support of both of these items in Block 1. Ms. Leonela Fabian, todo el apoyo mío es con usted. Me siento muy orgulloso cuando una gente están abriendo un negocio, y felicidades. Mr. Darrell Gretchens, I had a couple questions. Even though I'm in full support of it, I noticed that in 2011, I believe that you had to relocate down to Christiansted due to mold in the facility. Was that one of the reasons you had to move?
Yes, in 2011, that was the primary reason we had to abandon that location and move down to Christiansted because of the mold remediation requirements there.
Okay, so I noticed also that right now the project is in the design, the A&E design stage. So tell me, what are you doing for mold remediation for the new building so you can avoid that situation in the new building?
Okay, I'll ask our architects that's on the line to address some of those. I have Jerry Trano, if he's on, he can address that. But this is a new construction design. We're going to demolition the existing building.
So you incorporating those factors into the new design, right? So that you don't have a new building with mold?
Correct.
Okay, good. I also noticed that you will be eliminating rental expenses, because when you move back into this building, you wouldn't be having to pay that rental.
Yes, that's correct, Senator.
Okay, that's very good. Eventually you'll be saving overall expenses in a brand new building. I want to follow up on one of the questions from the distinguished senator from St. Croix, where you said you can house 200 first responders. Would that be in the same room or separate different rooms? Because if you look at this, it's maybe about 55 people in this room now, and you say you're going to be able to house 200. So where would that be? In a meeting area or in separate quarters? How would that be?
Yeah, this again, first is for a very short period of time. This is like during a passing of a storm. One of the requirements on the federal, the applicant, was to be able to have the capacity to do that. So that's one reason we had to go up to the 4 floors for that. And so the safe room itself is throughout both wings for that, but you would lose every single office. Again, you go back to pretty much 20 to 30 square feet per person to be in there. We're basically sitting in chairs. There's no one sitting in a lounger, if you will. It's just to get through the passing of that storm safely.
Okay, and then also I noticed that right now the abandoned building was on a septic system, and now you're going to be connecting into the public sewage system, right? And you've gotten estimates that the sewage system can hold the new load you're going to be putting into the public system.
But we've had the discussions with Waste Management Authority. We're going to have to then tie into that. Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much. I'm in full support of this. Mr. Chair, I return my time.
Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca. Next, we'll hear from Senator Diane Capehart. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you. First, I'd like to say good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the listening audience, the people of the Virgin Islands, to all the testifiers who are here today. I just want to say that that facility that Vaitema is going to occupy for the second time, this would be the 3rd construction on that site. The tennis court facility in 1976. I don't know if some of you remember that place, but so that was a construction going on then. And then in 2011, another construction in that residential area. And here it is, Vaitema is back again to rebuild stronger. So I want to say that I could understand, residents opposing things happening in their community. And colleagues, this is why it's important for that comprehensive land and water use plan going forward. But in the meantime, as these legislation come before us to rezone, Ms. Leah Laplace, you mentioned earlier, one of my colleagues touched on it, the process that mirrors the CZM Tier 1 from the Tier 2. Can you just describe some of those stringent requirements that's required in Tier 1 that's being applied, because this is Tier 2, correct?
Correct, Senator.
One of my concerns is where the board members and all other individuals who sent letters in opposition which address dust. Is there going to be a truck that would water every day to keep the dust down?
That could be one of the conditions that would be placed in the permit granted under the federal consistency.
I would highly recommend it to help those individuals who are concerned about the dust. Traffic. There's 202 parking spaces. Will there be any off-road parking?
There's no need for off-road parking because, that capacity there will meet the requirements for everybody there.
Good. What about encourage sewage problems? Would you have an on-site septic system? And are you also tying into the public sewer lines? Explain.
Yes, Senator, the DPR requirements do not allow for septic to be there. Originally, it was before, but right now we do have a requirement to tie into that existing Waste Management Authority with a lift station dedicated to that site.
So good. So you won't have any problems where you have an overload of your septic and there's fecal running into somebody's yard.
We're designing this with Waste Management Authority, so there is, again, no septic involved there, tying straight to Waste Management site.
Okay, thank you. You mentioned that you're going to do some retention ponds. How many retention ponds are you putting there?
There's one retention pond located at a lower elevation that's designed in there, Senator.
And because of the acreage, Ms. LaPlace, they had to do a stormwater permit, correct?
Correct.
And the water flow from that facility should be the water, this low impact development project as a retention pond would help with any stormwater issues?
Correct, Senator.
Okay, good. Generators, would the generators be in a contained area where when it goes on in the event of a natural disaster, would that help to minimize any noise?
Senator, the generator will be used only during emergency when we lose Water Power Authority power. Is
1 minute.
designed to be basically in the center of the plot area to minimize anything around the community, as well as going to be in a concrete structure, which will reduce the noise of that generator.
Okay, thank you so much. Bill number 35-0022 to allow for a beauty salon. Ms. Leonela Fabian de Jesus, I am proud of you. I empower women to go out on their own, work for themselves, so I am in full support of this bill that's before us today to vote. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Capehart. Director Joshin, is there any consideration being made in respect to alternative energy at that facility?
Senator, under this particular funding from FEMA, it's purposed for a backup generator only. Beyond that, we would love to go into something different, but we have to go up to separate funding for that.
Is that under consideration? Obviously, that's not the only funding. Once FEMA's funding is exhausted, is there any consideration for at least alternative energy?
Yes, sir. We have not looked at that yet. We have to look at the footprint that we're existing going on, and having a parking lot there. You always look at something above that parking lot. You've seen in some places they'll put solar panels up there above it, but we have not pursued that yet. We have to get across this to get it in place, but we want to continually improve it to reduce that carbon footprint.
I ask that you consider that as a long-term goal. It benefits us all, so that we don't have to continue to pay go up with this excessive amount of money. Obviously, when you go to 24-hour operation as well. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Kenneth L. Gittens, our majority leader, for his 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good afternoon, good morning to all. I'll start with the report on the petition application for Vaitima. And in short, I'll basically say that anyone who have spent time in the Emergency Operations Center in either district following any of the storms that we have had in recent or past years would know the importance of having this facility finally erected so that those who are there to be the communicators to protect the rest of the territory are safe. This has been the home of Vaitima for quite some time, as you've heard. So I totally embrace this rezoning. I don't like zonings, but I do embrace this as it's a need for the people of this territory. So I am looking forward to supporting this and seeing that Vaitima finally gets back into its own place. Earlier I heard one of my colleagues talked about something that really bothers me of the government renting all over the place. And Vaitima is a key entity that should be in their own house, not renting from anyone. Same way I feel of our police stations. Our police substations should be government owned, not rented. So I look forward to supporting this measure and hoping that you can have a plan so that we can see it through. With regards to the other zoning, Ms. De Jesus, all I would say in one word, I wouldn't be long, felicidades.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I look forward to supporting these two measures at the next session. Thank you. And before I go, let me say on a personal privilege, happy birthday to my chief in my office, Ms. Fiona Stokes, who makes birthday tomorrow, and happy birthday to my good colleague from the other island district. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Gittens. Before we go to the next senator, what is the consideration being made? Obviously, Vaitima becomes a soft target. What is the security outlay, or at least a game plan in respect to how do we secure that facility against any uneventful, unplanned situation?
Yeah, typically, Senator, you put increase your security structure by putting a good security fence around. You put closed circuit cameras. You have a controlled access gate. Those are things that are not in the current funding for this, but we do recognize the requirement to do that going forward. It's just a matter of finding the funds and the timeline to get that. Similar to what we did in the National Guard also here.
Very well, thank you. The chair will now recognize Senator Carla J. Joseph, our Senate Secretary, for her 5 minutes.
And thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good day to everyone. I definitely want to indicate that even though I am a St. Thomas, St. John district senator, I take time out to do my due diligence when voting and considering any rezoning that comes before this body. Everyone should know that rezoning changes the whole destiny of a property, and it also affects the landowners and property owners there for generations. So I have to assure that, being a responsible human being, that I have conversations with the adjacent landowners. I also talk to people on the street and ask them, how do you think, or what do you think about this? Especially because I'm not living there. I don't live there. I don't reside there, so I have to have that level of impression and understanding. And so that's all part of my modus of operandi in doing my due diligence. So yes, I visited the site where the beauty salon, it was a little bit difficult to find, Sion Hill, it was, but I had the property owner, the original property owner who sold the property to you, Miss Fabian. He escorted me to find it, and I found it. I had the pleasure of seeing your beautiful dog. And also, I noted that you had sufficient space for parking, and it is going to be downstairs. I saw all of that. So I have no major issues with that because I understand, and we did something similar in St. Thomas. We had a beauty salon that was going to be placed in a residential area, and they just needed to have it downstairs. And I signed on that piece of legislation because I had an opportunity to eyeball and also talk to some of the neighbors. So you will have no issues with me. In fact, I do intend to sign on the legislation in support. I do want to ask you, are you going, what hours of operation that you're going to be having at the beauty salon?
It will be 9 to 5.
Monday through Friday? Or you close Saturday and Sunday?
No.
Or by appointment?
Wednesday to Saturday.
Wednesday.
And she will go by appointment as well.
Okay, because that would definitely assist in the traffic and the parking. Okay, so I am good with it. This is really a no-brainer, and you have sufficient space, and you're going to cut down. And with the monies that you generate and save from renting, you'll be able to finish your residence. Smart thinking. You are a woman after my own heart. Very self-sufficient. Okay, now let's move to the Vitima. I want to thank you, Director Jashin, for allowing me to go up to the property and look at it. I have no issues, but I have really with what is being proposed, because I understand fundamentally we have to change the zoning because we, the government, own it. So it has to be public zoning. Is that correct, Ms. Laplace?
Correct, Senator.
Okay, but I can't understand, and I'm really distressed by these opposition. They're talking about is going to have an increase in the sewage. Everybody here should remember that that the Waste Management Authority was awarded almost $1 billion to fix the sewage system here in St. Croix. So how is that going to be impacting them in the long run? That is troubling to my heart and my spirit. And then they say about it's going to increase crime. 911 is where all of the issues that we have are housed, and they call 911 to respond. So definitely it could be beneficial to the residents having that level, and it's going to bring I don't understand it. We are government workers. It's going to house the emergency facility. All like the police officers, the police chief, they are going to be highly protected. So I'm troubled, and my spirit is very troubled by these letters of opposition to this being done. It is very much an issue when we see this type of opposition that is really unfounded. I don't understand it. I have no way of understanding those things, having grown up in the Virgin Islands, where we are hospitable to everyone and welcoming to everyone in our neighborhoods, and especially when part of our march, our Virgin Islands march, is we hold out a welcome to one and all. So I don't understand. I have no place of understanding. But let me go to just one question. And I believe my St. Croix district's senator asked this question regarding the drainage and the erosion and sediment control. Because I know you said in your testimony, Director, you're not going to be able to control all of it. But, and that's another process of the permitting. process once the rezoning is completed. How do you foresee handling the drainage? And the chairman's time, you could respond. Thank you kindly.
Thank you.
One second. Put on the mic. Thank you very much. You volunteer my time. You may respond.
Thank you for the question, Senator. You know, the design we have in here is for that, drain storage retention. That will definitely reduce what we have today coming off that hill. Again, it's not going to eliminate everything, but we've already had the conversation with the EPNR about the requirements for maintaining that pond requirement, and that is something definitely we take very seriously for the community out there.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Senator. Let not your heart be troubled. Senator Blyden, Vice President, you're recognized for your 5 minutes at this time.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to my colleagues, listening and viewing audiences, staff, central staff, good afternoon, testifiers, and thank you so much for your testimonies. Before I go to my line of questioning, I would like to start by saying I want to commend DPNR for moving forward with those meetings for the comprehensive land and water use plan. Those meetings have been very informative. People have been engaged. The community have really come out. I want to thank them. And I also want to recognize one of the sponsors who actually brought that bill forward before DPNR did what they're doing now, which is former Senator Alicia Barnes, who's in the audience, and I want to thank her for her foresight and bringing that bill forward. I really don't have any questions, but I have some comments because most of the questions I had were asked. But nonetheless, I want to speak to application number ZAC-22-12, DPN Vitima. And it's a shelter. And the shelter would only be used strictly for government and federal employees to staff the Emergency Operations Center and a 911 call center doing emergencies and disasters. Many of the comments that have been made here today, in my opinion, really is not warranted. Some of the comments and the reasons have no value. I understand in respect to where one lives and them wanting to basically protect the area, but at the same time, we're talking about life and death. And we're talking about an agency that is there for us during our most vulnerable times and to help the individuals in the community during those times. And that's why Vitima plays such a critical role, especially when it comes to disasters. So definitely I will be supporting this bill at the appropriate time. And when it comes to ZAC-22-13, the beauty salon, I want to commend Ms. De Jesus for basically putting herself out there, because we all know small businesses are the engine that runs any economy. And over the years, we have passed many zoning requests in respect to small businesses. And at times, folks come up and thank you for, approving those requests, because many of them have been successful. And it's a good feeling, it's a good thing. And I believe that you have a head start, though, because you don't have to worry about that overhead. You're being creative by using the downstairs apartment and turning it into a business. And that puts you ahead of many, because many don't have that opportunity. So it's a good thing to do. I believe that small business owners honestly plays a vital role in terms of taxes and other benefits for them. So at the right time, I will be supporting both of these zoning requests. And I really honestly don't have any questions, because most of the questions that I had have been asked. So thank you again, Mr. Chair, for the time, and thank you for your testimonies.
Thank you very much. Senator Blyden, for your comments. Before I go to the testifiers to close off, I just want to say that we live in a democracy, right? You know, opposition is good, it's necessary. I think it helps to keep us all earnest. That's part of the process. And ultimately, we have decisions to be made. And, you know, those decisions will have to be made one way or the other. It's important that we reassure our community that their concerns are not falling on deaf ears. You know, whatever could be done within reasonableness to bring some mitigation, to bring some resolve as we continue to look at these projects need to be done. So I don't want us to shun away from opposition. I don't want us to, again, shut down individuals from having a voice, you know, during these type of process, because it's warranted, it's necessary, and it all make us a stronger community. So I encourage individuals to come forward. Obviously, those will be weighed, you know, in our final determination. But yeah, again, we just don't want to discount, you know, whatever may have been brought in terms of what may be considered opposition to these type of situations. It should help us to then, you know, go back and look at conditions that need to be established, you know, look at other reasonableness that could be determined on this. And I think ultimately, you know, I believe that as a community, we want to, you know, when we get the opposition, is to look at how we could all coexist by making sure that there's a happy balance drawn, you know, from these discussions. So thank you very much for the process today. I think it was very much necessary and warranted. At this time, again, I want to extend congratulations. One second, Senator. I want to extend congratulations to the fact that you have been able to expand your business now and you know, having your own rather than having to rent. You know, that's critical, as well as for the certainly Vitima to move back into their own homes. You know, that's all part of the process. It's a long way out, but nonetheless, you know, there's a process that we're going through. Senator Francis Heidegger, you had a point of
information.
You may proceed.
Thank you. I would just like to put on the record that I am not really supportive of the narrative that is being pushed here from the Senate floor by many of my colleagues in regards to almost sounding like they're disregarding the concerns of citizens that live in that area. I don't have a problem knowing that I'm a representative, as we all are, to represent both the government and our constituency. But because we don't live in that neighborhood, some of these things might be minuscule to you. But when you have to deal with a construction potentially of a 4-story building and you're concerned about dust, that's a concern to them that actually live in those homes. When you have lived in a home for 5 years and all of a sudden your sunlight potentially might be blocked out, that is a legitimate concern to them. So our responsibility is to assure them that, yes, we hear your concerns. These are our solutions so everybody could work cohesively, as opposed to us almost sounding like we're chastising the very people that we represent who have legitimate concerns. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator. Those were my exact sentiments a few minutes ago in regards to the closure of this. So again, it's part of the process, and we welcome it, and we'll make an informed decision at the conclusion. At this time, I'll yield to the testifiers for closing. I know that Ms. Laplace and Ms. Polemes will continue to be here on the next measure before us as well.
Okay, good afternoon, members of the 35th Legislature, the viewing and listening audience of the Virgin Islands. I want to thank Senator Blyden for bringing up the comprehensive plan. We are in the public process right now for the plan. And so anyone who was unable to come out to the in-person town hall meetings, please go to the website. The presentations that were done, the questions that were asked of those in person, they're up on the website, planusvi.com. Please, everyone of the Virgin Islands, please participate. This is a plan for you and for your children and your children's children. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director Joshin.
All right, thank you, Senator Francis. Thank you for everybody who's participated today. Good dialogue, discussion. This is a tremendous opportunity under hazard mitigation. This is a recovery project The voices of the community, there's a process that we're using with DPNR's leadership on this. But putting out the information is very important to have that discussion, dialogue. And again, the next step for this under federal consistency will address those specific questions that we've alluded to here. I want to thank Springline Architects, especially for some of the design elements we've put in place to minimize some of those concerns, such as the water retention pond, and looking how we can work in that community also. So we look at the importance of the community and being a friendly partner with them, as well as responding to the territory in times of disaster. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Director Joshin. Ms. Jimenez.
On Juliana's Fabian behalf, I would like to thank each member of the committee, and we hope we get your vote.
Thank you very much. And again, this concludes block number 1 portion of this, and we had an opportunity to vet Bill number 35-0021, as well as Bill number 35-022. At this time, we'll take a 10-minute recess, and then we'll resume with block number 2. Committee of the Whole stands at recess for 10 minutes. The Committee of the Whole is out of recess. Madam Clerk, please call up the next items on today's agenda.
Bill number 35-0023, an act granting a zoning use variance from the B2 Business Secondary Neighborhood zoning designation to plot numbers 50-1 and 50-4 Estate Orange Grove, Company Quarter St. Croix, Virgin Islands, to allow for the manufacture of concrete products. Invited testifiers are the Honorable Jean-Pierre L. Oriol, Commissioner, Department of Planning and Natural Resources, Leah Laplace Matthew, Territorial Planner, Department of Planning and Natural Resources, Mitchell Matthew, Owner, Just Right Trucking, LLC, H.C. Rapuralaya, Authorized Agent, Innovative Asset Group, Incorporated, Alicia V. Barnes, Subject Matter Expert.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We have everyone already seated, and I'll ask that we introduce ourselves, get your name on the record, and we'll start from my right, coming fully to the left, and we'll start with you, Ms. Laplace Matthew.
Good afternoon again, members of the 35th Legislature, the viewing and listening public of the Virgin Islands. On behalf of Commissioner Jean-Pierre Oriol of the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, my name is Leah Laplace Matthew, Territorial Planner with the Division of Comprehensive and Coastal Zone Planning. And with me is our planning technician, Joel Polimis.
Thank you. H.C. Raparella.
Good morning, or is it good afternoon? Senate President, all the senators present, and the viewing public. My name is H.C. Ruparelia. I am the owner on the deed, but Mitchell Matthew and have started Just Right Trucking, and he's the owner of the property too.
Very well. Thank you. Mr. Matthew.
Good day, Senate President Nova Francis. Mitchell Matthew, Just Right Trucking.
Yes. Thanks you. Next.
Good day to the 35th Legislature, to the listening and viewing audience, and to all our supporters, friends, and family. I am co-owner of Just Right Trucking and Trash Removal, LLC, and it's a pleasure to be here this afternoon.
What's your name?
Lorraine Benjamin Matthew.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Senator. I am Winston Nugent. On behalf of Mr. Matthew, I'm his media consultant regarding this issue today.
Thank you, Mr. Nugent. Next.
Good afternoon to everyone, senators and the listening public. My name is Eric Douglas. I am an environmental consultant to Just Right Trucking. I was brought on to address some of the issues that DPNR and EPA had identified in an inspection report. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
And good afternoon, everyone. I'm Alicia Barnes, subject matter expert.
Thank you very much. At this time, we'll get the, well, there's a video that needs to be shown, but we'll go ahead and get, I guess, Ms. Laplace Matthews to put your information on the record, and then we'll show the video, and then we'll hear from the applicant.
Okay, thank you. I'll have Ms. Jewel Polimis present the report.
Report on petition to amend official zoning map number SCZ-7. Application number ZAC-22-14. Petition of Innovative Asset Group Incorporated requesting that a use variance be granted to the B2 Business Secondary Neighborhood zoned plot numbers 50-1 and 50-4 Estate Orange Grove, Company Quarter, St. Croix. Owner and applicant. Innovative Asset Group, Inc., as per limited warranty deed dated March 24th, 2015, document number 2015001214. Acreage, The properties comprise a total of 1.988 acres as described on drawing numbers D9-6574-C017 and D9-6686-C020. Current use. Site has been utilized by Just Right Trucking LLC for the trucking and heavy equipment operation. Proposed use. To expand Just Right Trucking LLC's on-site operations to include cement block manufacturing. Surrounding zones and uses and zones. To the north is undeveloped land, a shopping center, and housing development. To the east is undeveloped land and a mix of business and residential uses. To the south is undeveloped land and business use. And to the west is business development. Surrounding properties are zoned R1, residential low density, R3, residential medium density, B2 and B3, business scattered. Infrastructure. The property has access to public water and sewer lines nearby. However, temporary toilet facilities are currently being used. Public response. Prior to DPNR's public hearing, 3 support letters were submitted. At DPNR's public hearing held November 2nd, 2022, there were no other attendees other than the applicant and representatives. Following the hearing, 5 support letters and 16 opposition letters were submitted. The opposition and concerns received are summarized below. 1. Aesthetics of current site, currently an eyesore and unpleasing. Cement plant would also be an eyesore. 2. Impact of cement plant on nearby housing residents and school students and faculty. 3. Negative impact of cement plant on property values, roads, and traffic flow at Golden Rock Shopping Center's major intersection of Route 75 and 703. 4. Proximity to public housing, a school, public healthcare facility, numerous residential neighborhoods, a strip mall, and several businesses, including restaurants. 5. Impact will be harmful and destroy the natural beauty of the area. 6. Hillside is already being destroyed. Site, which was a fully forested hill, has been severely scarred and excavated significantly with erosion a problem. 7. Real estate in the surrounding area would be affected for resale, therefore economically hurting some locals' future. 8. Traffic intersection would require revisions to accommodate heavy equipment and increase traffic. Has proposal for road design been submitted with this request? 9. Dangerous location for heavy truck traffic, entering and exit on a downhill curve, hauling cement, water, sand, and gravel, and leaving with trucks laden with concrete blocks. 10. Nature of request is industrial. 11. Cement block manufacturing not conducive to a neighborhood. 12. Request could be authorized before a comprehensive plan is completed. DPNR currently in comprehensive plan development process. 13. Already is a large business operation causing extra traffic, congestion, and harsh road usage. 14. Not area for a cement block plant, high concentration of residential neighborhoods, schools, and small retailers. 15. Allowing this zoning variance in an area that is used by the community for shopping and living does not go along with DPNR's mission. 16. In 2016, issue of rezoning in this area was anticipated and a genuine concern. 17. Concerned for health, safety, and quiet enjoyment of the communities surrounding this area. 18. Potential health implications of a cement block manufacturing plant on the well-being of residents in the proposed area. Cement dust can irritate the eyes, nose, throat, and upper respiratory system. Additionally, skin contact with particles may result in moderate irritation, thickening and cracking, and severe skin damage from chemical burns. Concrete dust can lead to asthma, chronic obstructive lung disease, and restrictive lung disease. Silica exposure can lead to lung injuries, including silicosis and lung cancer. 19, noise pollution. 20, air pollution and dust generation. 21, what measures proposed to mitigate potential health risks from concrete dust? What energy source will be used to produce the cement blocks? 22, cement industry, one of the leading producers of carbon dioxide, a potent greenhouse gas. Concrete causes damage to topsoil. Concrete dust inhalation and contamination are dangerous, and the energy source used to create them is equally important. 23, this plant will produce harmful dust, noise pollution, and an increase in heavy traffic with large trucks and flatbeds. 24, there is already considerable dust from the existing business. There are mounds of dirt that sit piled up, creating dust particles in area as trucks drive in and out of the business. 25, while manufacturing will be inside the building, the material storage will have to be outside with chance of finer materials blowing east to west into Golden Rock Shopping Center and the JFK housing community. Analysis. During the department's public hearing, the applicant's representative and consultants, Alicia Barnes and Eric Douglas, and proprietor Mitch Matthews Sr. of Just Right Trucking testified on the application. Currently on the site is the shell of a 10,000 square foot, 24 feet high warehouse that is intended for the cement block manufacturing operations, a fleet of trash removal trucks and heavy equipment, trash bins, 5,000-gallon fuel storage tank for a proposed standby generator, and 2 office trailers. Raw material stockpiles will be placed in secondary containments with coverings. The site operations occur Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 5 p.m. There are approximately 15 full-time employees with the intent to increase to approximately 20 once cement block manufacturing commences. Further site improvements include a stormwater retention pond and retaining wall along the east and southeastern portion of the property. The area has developed a mix of residential and business uses, with 2 previous rezoning applications now impacting the further development of the company quarter estate Orange Grove Hillside. In 2008, a B2 rezoning attempt was made and granted for the applicant's proposal of a town center to include but not limited to a bank, post office, markets, restaurants, stores, a school, and 200 housing units on 13 acres of land. The rezoning was intended to allow the development of retail and office spaces as well as high-density residential areas in the commercial hub of a larger planned, fully integrated residential development totaling 78 acres. Application number is ZAC-8-4, Act number 7019. In 2015, a second B2 rezoning attempt was made and granted for the applicant's proposal of a subdivision of small business zone lots from 12 acres of land. The rezoning was intended to allow prospective business owners small, affordable business zone property that could allow the development of a residence that a business could legally operate from. Application number ZAC-15-3, Act number 7883. Area residents and community members have voiced opposition to the request, indicating it is an industrial activity in nature. The future impact of an enclosed cement block manufacturing operation is not known. The impact, however, of the area's development has proven incompatible with not only the area's established character, but also the area topography, aesthetics, and traffic pattern. Section 238A of the zoning code states that a use which would not substantially conflict with the permitted uses in the zoning district, the legislature may grant a variance for that specific use of the subject property. The use for cement block manufacturing, which would be permitted under the category of concrete products, is permitted in the industrial zoning districts: C, commercial, I1, heavy industry, I2, light industry, and W2, waterfront industrial. These zoning districts were not intended for residential use and generally located away from the pedestrian activity of the central business district. The B2 zoning district was intended for shopping facilities with less intensive use than the primary business areas of the towns Charlotte Amalie, Christiansted, and Frederiksted. In analyzing the request, the department has determined the cement and concrete block manufacturing use would substantially conflict with the permitted uses of the B2 zoning district and the area's established character. It would not follow the intent of Section 238A of the zoning code, and the department recommends denial. Recommendation. The Department of Planning and Natural Resources recommends that the request for a use variance to allow cement block manufacturing on the B2 Business Secondary Neighborhood Zoned plot numbers 50-1 and 50-4 Estate Orange Grove, Company Quarter St. Croix be denied. Signed by Commissioner Jean-Pierre Oriol, dated January 11th, 2023. That concludes the reading of the report.
Thank you very much, Ms. Polemes. Next, we'll go to H.C. Raparella. You were recognized for your testimony.
Good afternoon, Senate President and the senators and the viewing public. I am H.C. Ruparella, authorized agent for Innovative Asset Group, Inc. I appear before you today to provide testimony in support of the use variance request for plot numbers 50-01 and 50-04, remainder of Estate Orange Grove, to allow for Just Right Trucking, LLC, to undertake cement block manufacturing activities in a B2 zoning district. Especially a zoning amendment request is being sought for a use variance from B2 to commercial to allow Just Right Trucking, LLC, to expand its on-site operations to include cement block manufacturing. The cement block manufacturing process utilizes a concrete mixture of water, sand, and gravel. The process incorporates best available control technology and state-of-the-art equipment and consists of mixing, molding, curing, and curbing. As the owner of the subject property, Innovative Asset Group, Inc. submits this variance request in support of Just Right Trucking, LLC, expanding its operation, which will this local small business to diversify its business offerings and shore up its substantial and viability, which will benefit everybody in the community.
Thank you very much, Mr. Raparella. That concludes your testimony at this time? This concludes your testimony?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Matthew, you
Thank
recognize. You're welcome.
Good day, Senator, President Novel Francis, members of the 35th Legislature, and the listening and viewing audience. I am Mitchell Matthew Sr., owner of Just Right Trucking, LLC. Present with me today are Lorraine Benjamin Matthew, co-owner of Just Right Trucking, LLC, Winston Nugent, media consultant, Eric Douglas, PE, environmental consultant, and Alicia Barnes, subject matter expert. They are available to answer relative questions pertaining to environmental concerns and the application before you. I have over 20 years of experience in the trucking and trash removal business and would like to expand my operation to include cement block manufacturing. Just Right Trucking is a small business established in 2003, locally owned and operated by myself, Mitchell Matthew Sr., and my wife, Lorraine Benjamin Matthew. We are both civic-minded, contributing members of our community. Just Right Trucking pays competitive wages, employs approximately 15 full-time employees, and intend to increase the employee count to approximately 20 once concrete block manufacturing operation begins. Currently on site is a shell of a 10,000 square foot warehouse that will house the cement block manufacturing operation, a fleet of trash removal and heavy equipment trucks, trash bins, and a 5,000-gallon fuel tank for the proposed standby generator. Finally, there are also 2 office trailers on site. As such, the variance herein request is compatible with the site current condition and operation. It is important to note that Just Right Trucking's operations has both a stormwater pollution prevention plan and spill prevention control and countermeasure plan. Each plan is set specifically and was developed to ensure that on-site operations are conducted in an environmentally compliant and prudent manner. I would now like to show videos of the proposed operation and which we will be available to answer any question you may have. Thank you for your favorable consideration of this request.
Thank you very much, Mr. Matthew. At this time, you had something to say, Mr. Nugent, as well?
And I'll turn it over to Mr. Winston Nugent, media consultant.
Very well. So you can be narrating while we show the video, Mr.
No,
Nugent?
Senator.
Yeah.
I wanted to introduce the video for the purpose of why it should be
Proceed.
showed.
Proceed.
Yes, and it's quick. I said, Senators, first and foremost, Mr. Matthew is not, and I repeat, is not building or requesting to put on site of Just Right Trucking a cement manufacturing plant, as inferred by DPNR's presentation today. On the contrary, Senators, what will be on site is a cement block plant, something totally different than what DPNR presented in their narrative. We will present today videos showing and explaining this false narrative. We ask your indulgence, as this video is crucial to our testimony. I may ask now that media, please play that video.
You may proceed with the video, media.
I'm standing at the entrance of Just Right with owner, Mr. Mitchell Matthew. This is both an entrance and an exit. Let's take a walk down so we could see the roadside where we can show the senators your entrance and your exit. As we are walking down, we're walking out of the road right now. If you look down that area down there, that is where the stoplight is. It's approximately about 75 yards to 100 yards from the entrance of Just Right. You come back and you go up that entrance. That is where the former St. Dunstan's dilapidated school is located. Just across from here, as you turn, that is Pueblo Supermarket. Have you ever experienced any traffic bungling or congestion?
For the 4 years that we've been here, no kind of traffic and congestion at all whatsoever. And I have my trucks coming in and out, and we never
experienced that.
Never experienced not even a traffic jam.
Because the regulating lights are down there.
Exactly. Exactly.
Am I correct on that?
You're correct.
So traffic come to and from.
Yes.
With ease.
With ease.
All right.
With ease.
Okay. And now we are going back up into the main plant of Just Right.
And I must say that I did construct the entrance of this place to eliminate any kind of traffic flow coming in and out. If you notice, it's about 40 feet wide, right? And everything is set and planned to accommodate traffic coming in to the property and traffic flowing out to the property.
Gotcha. And so there's no problem with that. There's no problem with the fact that we are going to create a congestion on the roadside with your equipment, customers coming in for any reason whatsoever. Am I correct?
Oh, you're definitely correct. No kind of traffic.
Okay. And now, as we are walking up, we are going to go straight down to the entrance to see your yard, your trucking yard. I noticed that you have your trucking. You're not only do trucking, you also do garbage collection.
Trash pickup. We sell merchandise. We presently sell in blocks, and this is one of the reasons why we're trying to enter the black manufacturing plant business, because we see a way of helping the community as long as we're making business, but we'll be able to help the community at the same time.
Got you. And as we walk down, you can see the area.
The whole yard is going to be gravel down. Eventually, the whole center of this property is going to be concrete, going straight down to the building, and on the shoulders, the left and the right shoulder, it's going to be concrete down, so we can eliminate any kind of, when it rains, any kind of mud that the trucks may pick up and take out to the road. So all of that's going to be eliminated.
So tell me something. Did anyone from DPNR during this process of rezoning visit your property?
No, nobody have not visited my property, at least not to my knowledge, because nobody asked me anything. Nobody came here to see what's going on, how it's going to be placed, nothing.
So based upon their recommendations and based upon their findings, none of that finding was any practical information?
Not to me. I don't think that they have done what they were supposed to do, because if they do what they're supposed to do, they'll see we have everything in place to install that this is a safe business, a safe manufacturing that we're trying to do is non-pollution. It's just water and aggregate. Water and aggregate.
So therefore, when they spoke about chemicals and cement flying and sand spreading and so forth, none of that is going to take place here.
None of that. And as we get closer to the building, we get into the building, I'm going to show you exactly where the cement is going to be. Hell, it has a catch. We dump the cement in there and we close it down. Okay? There is an auger that pulls the cement and goes into the batching area, which water automatically wets that down. So, when it come out moist. So there is nothing to fly around this place. So I don't understand how they reached to their agreement or their
conclusion.
Conclusion.
I noticed now, on my way, I seen some blocks out here.
Oh, yeah.
And these blocks are blocks that you have been selling.
Yes.
Am I correct?
Yes.
But at the same time, these are some of the blocks that it will be made when you get in operation.
Oh yeah, every one of these blocks that we sell here, which is 13 different style of blocks, we will be making every one of these blocks here when we start production, and then we're going to be adding some more in the future. But for now, we just need to get over this here.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, look at this order of blocks. It
Yeah.
took me 3 weeks to get this order.
Let me go closer and let me look at some of these blocks, because I'm seeing different blocks. I'm also seeing pallet blocks. So these are some of the blocks you will be making.
Yes.
Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay. And which you will be producing, rather. Right. And these blocks are in demand in the Virgin Islands.
Oh yeah, big
in
demand.
St. Croix.
Big demand.
In St. Croix.
Yeah.
I noticed something over here too. Let me go and check on what are these kind of blocks here?
These blocks are the column blocks. I'm going to take one so you can see it. It's called an 8-inch column blocks. It's a one hole block.
Also, these are column blocks.
Column blocks. And we will be making them also.
Yes. And there are various sizes.
Yes.
In these aspects. So this will be producing here.
Yes.
Okay. And of course, you have some blocks that do not have holes. Am I correct?
Okay, we have some of these here.
This block, what kind of block is this?
This is a 4-inch split blocks.
Mm-hmm.
the contractors use this mainly for when they're doing tombs. So
at the burial ground.
Burial ground. And then a lot of people use it in their planters and stuff like that. It's just a half a block. This is actually the mold one of the molds that we're going to be making this block.
I see.
Okay, so this is one of the molds. We got 13 different molds. We'll be doing
13 different molds.
Yes.
So this is one on top,
Yes.
one on bottom here.
Yes.
I see, and that's the kind of block
Exactly.
that is going to come from this aspect.
Exactly.
Okay, now tell me something about this machine here.
Metal stuff that's wrapped in green plastic.
Yes.
Those are production pallets. And those production pallets is what the block is going to be made on. Okay? So what we're going to do, this machine here is going to stand upright. And we're going to feed that machine those production pallets. And then the computer itself is going to pull it into the plant. And it's going to make the block on top of these pallets.
So there is no manual per se activity going to take place. Everything is computerized.
Every part of the machine is basically computerized.
I see.
Yeah.
So this is a technological production.
Oh, most definitely.
Not a pollution.
Not a pollution. It's electrical
Yes.
and hydraulics.
Electrical and hydraulics.
hydraulics, yeah.
I notice there is that machine right there.
This machine here, this long one here, this is two part of this machine here is the one that when the blocks is already completed and it come off on a production pallet, it slides on this particular machine here, and then the forklift picks it up and stack it, put in place. This one here is the one that accepts the empty production pallet and feeds the machine the pallets.
I see.
Yeah.
So bricks will be lying on this machine
Yes, coming down on the production pallet.
and then spit out on a what?
Spit out on. It's going to come into the machine on this pallet here, and it's going to come out on this one here as a finished product.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That machine over there. What's this machine here?
That machine is a stack. That stacks the production pallet.
This machine?
Yeah, that stacks the production pallet.
I got
what
you.
It does, when the box is already done, it comes out and it comes into this here, this machine here. And it picks it up one by one and stacks it on top of each other until you reach the height that you're comfortable to move it with the forklift and move it over.
I got you.
Yeah.
What is this machine?
This is the brains. This is the operating part of the machine. We could take a walk around. I don't know, maybe you can see right around here. It's still wrapped up. It's really, really sophisticated stuff. This is where the computer and the brains and all the levers that you got to move is in this particular machine. This is actually the brains of the machine.
Of this machine?
Yes.
So once again, there is no manual.
There's no manual.
This is completely computerized and hydraulic.
And hydraulic.
Thank you.
Yeah.
What's this here?
This is the auger. This is, I think, what a misunderstanding about the cement. You know, we're not going to have cement flying all over the place. There is an area where we dump the cement, and then we close the hatch. And this is the auger that takes the cement from the catch and send it into the mixing plant. Okay, as it get into the mixing plant, there is water. Everything is going in at the same time. So the water will be cutting down any kind of dust flow that may come. And I'm going to come over here and I'm going to show you.
So in other words, there is no dust flying all over the place.
No.
This is well contained.
No. We created this place. I created this place, and with a lot of concern to everybody around. Which there is nobody around here anyway. I'm in a corner by myself. But still, we want it to be as little pollution as possible, which is non-pollution, but the only thing is the cement, and all we got to do is put the cement in its catch, and that's it.
And that take care of the so-called flying over the place and polluting the place.
So this little machine here, this little catch here is where the cement is going to be dumped into, right? If you look on the side, there's two covers, right? We're going to fill this machine, and we're going to close it down, okay? So it's not open to the weather. And then the same auger that I show is going to attach to this here, the bottom of it, and it's gonna, when needs cement, it's just gonna turn, accept the cement, and all we gotta do is fold it back, close it back. That's it.
That's it.
That's it.
And the operation will ongoing.
Ongoing, yeah.
So well confined.
Well confined system.
No pollution.
No, this is a state-of-the-art equipment. I want them to understand it. And if they came here and they asked the question that you guys are asking right now, that's the answer they will get.
And none of those information that they put in the report it would have been answered.
Everything would be answered.
And none of that would be written in the report.
And none of what they put is applied to me. I don't know. You know?
I understand that. There is this, what is this here on this?
These are all molds. Like I say, I have 13 different molds. We'll be making 13 different style of block. This piece of equipment here is a part of the cement production. Okay? So it's non-pollution, people. We gotta understand it is a little cement, it is aggregate, sand, and water. Okay? That's all.
No chemicals.
There is no chemicals, there is no hardener, it's just natural stuff.
Right.
Natural stuff.
Right. Yeah. And let's go over there now to the operation part. This is your substitute electrical supply. And when I say substitute, what I mean is that this will be hooked up on a generator.
Yes. This is the electrical room. As you can see, it's a serious operation. It's very costly, but it is where it's the heart. It's the heart.
So this is the heart of this entire operation, right here.
Without this, we can't do anything.
All right.
Right? And I want to show you where we have the generator.
But before you go there, let me ask the photographer to give me a wide shot of this facility right here.
Yeah, this is a 10,000 square foot building that we built, right? Because we before all of this came up, we decided that we're gonna do this inside of a building and not just freelancing outside, okay? We're gonna do this, everything is gonna be contained into this building here.
Mm-hmm. And this building is built out of steel?
Yes.
And what?
Just steel and galvanized. Steel and galvanized. Yes, this is a steel frame building.
Right.
It's steel bolted together, put it up. It is what it is.
I notice you have some vents.
Yes.
Because that is actually to bring in air and take out here.
Yes, the air. The vent is to suck any heat out of the building, so the guys can be comfortable. It's just for the guys to be comfortable, whoever is working in the building.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay. Now let us look on your generator system. So this is your backup system.
Yes.
This system is in case Whopper goes out.
Yes.
You will be able to continue production.
Yes.
What kind of generator is this?
This is a diesel generator. This is like a 300K generator that is going to be able to run the whole facility comfortable. Okay? It's a generator. What can I say? If you notice, the area that we have set up for it, the generator has a diesel tank in the bottom of it, but we created this thing here, the catch. So if in any event that you have a leak, that it don't go out, it's captured in this area, so we can take care of it.
Well thought out plan, Mr. Matthew. Now let's take a walk now, and let's go and find out where are you going to store your sand. So, Mr. Matthew, I notice I am behind the building, and behind this building, you're going to, of course, store your sand. Yes. But I also notice that you have explained your retaining wall and the purpose for that.
The purpose for the retaining wall, if you notice, from the side of the building, it's been like about 2.5, 3 feet height, and then we went straight over to like 16 feet high, just for any noise pollution that the building don't absorb, that the wall will absorb it.
Yes.
You understand?
Yes.
Although we don't intend to hear any much because it's just hydraulics.
Right.
Hydraulics. And then the retaining wall, if you look over here to my right, you'll notice that the bare wall is here, but all of this is retaining walls that's going to come up and block this whole entire area. Where I have the dumpsters and stuff right now is where the sand and my aggregate and stuff is going to be placed behind here.
And tell me, when you store the sand here, you talk about the fact that you're going to have a drip system.
Oh, definitely.
How that drip system work?
Definitely. It has to have a drip system, not for any kind of runoff, but especially for myself not to lose material. It will be sprinkling the sand, especially ever so often, so that they can stay moist and stay in one place.
And you know that when you sprinkle sand, it becomes heavy.
Of course.
And it's not going to blow.
Oh, exactly.
I see. So these are some of the mitigation
yes.
instrumentation that you will adopt,
of course,
in order for you to go through the production of your block making.
Of course, because this is how I want the place to look a certain way, all right? And it's not only because of what DPR or anybody asks or want, it's what I know how I want it to be. You understand? And if you notice, this is not a cheap venture.
No.
You understand? It's not a cheap venture, and it's an ongoing venture.
Right.
You know, like I said, this manufacturing plant is non-pollution, right? And it's a very it is a very important to our economy, not only for me as a business owner. It's very important because I can drop this material purchase off the block, 27 cents on a block. Yes, and off the block, and more as we go along.
So you tell me now, you should know this economy, and we're going to close out on this factor, but I want the people to hear this plan that you have. Your pricing.
Yes.
Tell me about your pricing.
The pricing on my blocks right now is $2.25 because we got to bring it in, we got to pay customs, we got to pay excise tax, you know, we got to pay the shipping, you know, and in reality, the company our supplier actually went up about 4 times now. And I didn't raise my price on my people because it's so hard. I mean, they're already crying and bawling on the price. But I know if I do this, I study this, if I do this, it's going to help drop the price down tremendously.
So what you're saying is that when you manufacturing business start, you will be able to drop the price on the blocks that have been sold in Kmart and these places.
Immediately. Immediately. We could drop the price immediately. 27 cents off of each block. Immediately. Okay?
What do you want to tell the senators that is watching you?
I would like for them to take a good look at this, you know, and understand it, understand the reason for it, understand the benefit that it's going to give not only me, but the people
to the entire St. Croix society, and even beyond.
It's a no-brainer. I know it's a no-brainer. I study it, and I know that it will benefit everybody.
And the economy.
The economy.
Of St. Croix.
Exactly.
Well, Mr. Matthew, I want to thank you very much, and I think you will be in a business that you think about it before you start it.
Exactly.
You have protection.
Exactly.
And you care about not only your environment, but you also care about the people who have to buy your blocks.
Exactly.
Thank you very much.
I will leave this. I will leave it with this. You know, you guys have to understand. I have 15 employees, right? And the way how I feel about them, and the way I do business. You know, this is going to benefit my people that work for me also. So you know, just bear in mind when you look at this and you make a decision, that the decision is in the interest of the people of the Virgin Islands and not just the selected people.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that video presentation. At this time, I'd like to ask Ms. Barnes whether or not she, as the subject matter expert, if she wanted to add anything to the discussion before I open up to my colleagues for questioning.
Thank you, Senate President Francis, and good afternoon again to the listener and viewing audience and to the members of the 35th Legislature. And thank you for this opportunity, Senator. I just wanted to explain the entire process. And zoning is the beginning of a development process. And so if the property is appropriately zoned, then you wouldn't have to go through a process of rezoning or variance or whatever. If there is a need for a rezoning, then this is the process. But this is just the beginning of the development process. There are still several permitting processes associated with any development. So the issues relative to dust, stormwater, noise, all of those issues can be addressed in the applicable and relevant permitting processes. And so it's important that everyone understands that DPNR has several divisions. The planning division is just one. There's a division of environmental protection that deals with particulate matter, that has the air operating program, and that can provide the guidance and the special conditions for the development. So I just want to make it clear and for everyone to understand that all of the issues outlined in DPNR's report can be addressed by DPNR itself in the applicable permitting processes that would be relevant to Just Right Trucking's operations.
Thank you very much for that. And of course, you speak from the authority of what?
35 years as an environmental development specialist, as former commissioner of DPNR, as former environmental manager for the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority, and as owner and operator of my own environmental consulting firm, and based on my credentials as well, having an environmental science and marine science degree from Hampton University, and my internships at the Virginia Institute of Marine Science.
Thank you very much for that. At this time, before I open up to my colleagues for a round of questions, I wanted to ask you, I think I've heard it several times, that DPNR have not visited the site or made a site inspection in regard to making their decision of recommending or suggesting denial of this request. Ms. Laplace Matthews, can you qualify that?
Thank you, Senator. So site visits have been done by different divisions such as building permits and environmental protection, and my office consults with the other divisions of DPNR when producing these reports.
But it's your testimony that you have not gone there personally, or no one that works under your authority have gone there to the site at this time?
No, Senator, because we rely on other divisions as well.
Very well. Thank you. At this time, Senator Alma Francis Heidegger, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Good afternoon again to my colleagues, testifiers, people of the territory, and staff. My first set of questions circle around. I noticed that you have purchased all this equipment already. And what I would like to know, if you are not allowed to get this variance, what is your contingency plan?
Right about now, I don't know what I'm going to do because I already purchased the equipment.
Yes, and that's where my concern is, because it's almost like you put the cart before the horse. You're here asking us to give you an opportunity to do something, but it almost seems like you are so sure it's going to happen. You have already invested all this money and purchased the equipment and don't know the outcome as to what we're going to decide, or maybe you already do. Because now I'm very much concerned as to what I'm witnessing.
Well, I didn't have any idea that I was going to need a variance to make concrete blocks. I mean, everything that I'm doing in my business, which includes selling concrete blocks, selling cement for over 3 years, going on 4 years. I mean, it's the same thing I'm doing regularly. The only differences would be making the blocks versus shipping it in. I didn't think that I was going to need a variance for that, for sand,
Well,
water,
the other
gravel.
set of questions I want to ask, I saw the gentleman show in the video where he showed, he said, I think it was St. Dunstan School, right adjacent from your property. He showed the stoplight. One of the reasons why I get very concerned over projects, and listen to what I'm saying, I am very much impressed by what I see from your trucking company standpoint. But I also know we have rules, regulations, and laws in place as to why we put industrial businesses in specific areas and move them away a lot of times from the main area. I understand we might not have an issue based on what you shared in the video for traffic, but many vehicles traverse that area. And I took some time out while I was listening and pulled up some block making machines, and they're quite noisy. And I also noticed one of the things that when you were talking about all of them doing everything internally, most of the videos I just watched here, when it came to the moving of the concrete and the sand, they were all outdoors in shifting, because every last one of them had a gust of concrete flying up all over the place. So how do you intend to deal with that aspect of it? If you're doing everything internally and you're saying there's only vents on the inside. I heard about some water, but how does that work, moving the concrete initially when that initial dust flies up?
I'm going to let Alicia Barnes answer you that question.
Senator, thank you for the question. I just want to speak to, can you hear me?
Yeah.
I just want to speak to the issue of the fugitive dust emissions, and that's the technical term for it. As I indicated, DPNR will have to issue applicable permits for these operations. And in that, they can include special conditions to address the issue of
Yes,
fugitive.
I heard you. I heard when you shared that with us earlier. I fully understood it. But I'm just trying to move along because my time is limited. But this is where my concern is yet again. I am supporting business. This is a major roadway. That building next door where the gentleman said is a dilapidated school, does the school intend to ever rebuild, or does anyone ever intend to utilize that property again? Because now you have to worry about who's going to be right next door, potentially having to deal with the noise. I was reading one of the letters, and one of the supporters that do believe this is a good project. I also read some that didn't really like it, but he too, they too also spoke about, as they shared, there are some noise control methods that I will list that not only can help eliminate the noise from escaping outside of the plant. So as a supporter, they are aware that noise will happen. I looked at that building. It's not insulated. That is that's a steel aluminum where noise will definitely come out. What are your plans and investment-wise money to potentially stop that noise from escaping the plant?
Well, Eric will answer that.
Thank you.
Senator, thanks for that insightful question. If you go to a recording studio, music is generated, you can pad up the walls to muffle the sound. So there are things that can be done to mitigate any potential. First of all, the fact that it's in a building, most of the operation is in a building, is going to significantly reduce the potential noise factor. But even if that noise factor is still at high decibel levels, that you have to further do mitigation, padding up the walls is one possible way to do it, just like you do in a recording studio, in a music studio.
DPNR, I want to speak to DPNR directly. One of the things that you have vehemently shared today is you do not think that this project should get the variance and get what they need. Do you still stand on that based on some of the ideas and solutions that they are suggesting that they are willing to do in order to mitigate noise? Or do you feel that this should be in a different location?
Thank you for the question, Senator. So we stand with the denial. The use is an industrial type use, and so it's more appropriate for another area where there's already either commercial or industrial zoning. This area is a business and residential area. the subdivision to the rear of the property has had majority of the, or change of building permits requested for residences. So,
Okay.
yes, we stand by the denial.
We have to keep that into consideration. I saw on the photograph, there was a little building off to the side, very close proximity to the trucking company. Is that another business or was that a home? I was looking in the video and there was a tiny little building right off to the side. Is that somebody's home or was that also?
It's a business. It's a little bar.
It's a bar. Okay, I just wanted to make sure. So we have residents, businesses, and a trucking company. Since you guys had the trucking company, have you had any complaints as it relates to just dealing with the trucks traversing back and forth noise-wise?
No complaints.
Okay, that's good.
Your time has been called, Senator.
Oh.
You could just wrap up. Yeah.
One question, do we have another round or this is it?
If necessary, we'll make a determination later on as we
Okay.
go along, but if there's a need for a second round, we'll do a second round.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you. Before we go to the next senator, I just wanted to ask you, can you put on record your investment in this project thus far?
If can I do it?
Can you put on record your investment in this project thus far? Approximate investment.
Just about $2 million.
Say that again?
Just about shy $2 million.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson, you recognize for your 4 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the testifiers. Good afternoon to the viewing and listening audience. Before I even start my line of question, I must say that we have a big audience inside here today. This is the first time our legislature building here on St. Croix has been filled since I've been on board from last year to now because we had COVID and we just opened up. So I want to ask the audience a question. All who is against this project?
No. That would be
I can't ask that
That would be
question?
inappropriate, Senator.
All right, Mr. Chair, because I want to know who all in here. I saw they had Tito Jackson here a while ago. He probably stepped out. And I want to know how he bring all of these folks in.
Well, you
Mr.
can
Matthews-
recognize that they're all supporters, if you want to
Well,
do
I
it.
don't know if they are or not. That's why we're trying to get our audience response here. Mr. Matthews, you said that you've been in business for 20 years, but it's more than 20 years.
More than 20 years. It's about 30 years.
I can remember when you first started your business with your brothers.
Yeah.
I remember that.
Yep.
And I want to say to you that I am proud of where you have come to today. I know
Thanks.
business wasn't easy. You and your brothers started. You guys took your money out your pocket
Yes.
and started from scratch. And today now you have this big operation going on that you intend to make even bigger. So I want to say that today I'm very proud of what you're attempting to do here. You spoke on the video about the cost of blocks. You didn't tell us how much the block's gonna be once you start. What kind of prices do you think you'll be able to give to the people once you start?
Right now, I'm selling the blocks at $2.25, the 8-inch block, and automatically we'll be able to come down to $1.89 until we could figure out where we at.
From
After the back.
$2.25 to $1.89.
Yes.
That's a significant savings for people who are going to be building. But I want to go ahead to read one of these letters that I received. And I really appreciate when people respond in favor or against. But I want people to really be truthful in their comments,
Yeah.
whether they are for it or against it. And when you make comments that are not true, you really make me start to think a lot. I had the opportunity to take a tour of that facility. Did any of the people that opposed came and take a tour of your facility?
No, not one of them.
I'm going to read this letter. I'm not going to call the writer name. They say, I'm writing to ask that you vote against this bill to rezone allowing a concrete manufacturing plant. Are you building a concrete manufacturing plant there?
No, I think that's where they got this thing all mixed up. It's not a concrete plant, nor is it a cement plant. It is a concrete blocks making facility.
They also go on to say there are 2 schools right near to that site, as well as residential area. if you do a simple search on concrete manufacturing plant, which you are not building, there is a high risk of concrete dust exposure and explosion. And I emphasize the word explosion because if people really want to be serious and concerned, WAPA have a little bomb sitting down there.
Yeah.
That I know will knock you out
Yep.
if it's supposed to ever explode. So if they really want, let's go and start petitioning WAPA for that little tank they got down there sitting there. The school is in danger with that tank that WAPA have there, that propane tank. Mr. Rupelia, I correct it, say right? Rupelia, you, Mr. Chair, if I may proceed here, you said that
You may
you're
wrap
the
up,
deed
yes.
title owner, you own most of, are you the person that represents most of that property there?
I didn't catch it.
Are you the owner or represent a group that own most of the property on that hillside?
On the specific Orange Grove site, yes, I am.
So you're in support of this.
Yes, I am.
Is that a risk for you to be able to sell your property by approving this and letting it go forward?
I don't think so. Not only that, most of them will be building homes.
Speak in the mic, please.
I don't think so because most of them will be building homes and they'll be needing blocks.
And you're taking a risk by coming here and support this because you believe that this is something that is well needed to this territory.
It's needed specifically because of inflation, because of the shortages which are going to be created by the war in Ukraine. We do need material.
You
for
talk
building.
about shipping material in again. I'm going to wrap up on this and say, what bothers me the most, especially on this big island, is every time somebody local, somebody that's a son of the soil, try to advance themselves and do something, we find every reason to not let it happen. You pay your tax, Mr. Matthews.
Oh, almost definitely. A lot of it too.
Can I respond to it too?
Thank you.
Mr. Rupa will want to
Yes.
respond. And
Thank you very much,
Mr.
Senator
Chair.
Johnson.
Can I respond to the last question?
You may respond on my time, yes, sir.
I've been on the island since '85. I have seen all the negatives and positives. Look at what was supposed to happen at Cane Bay, condominiums. We ran them off. At La Valley, I have a small subdivision. They tried to stop it completely. Even here, Orange Grove, when he bought the property, I have been approached by a lot of negative people saying, why did I sell it to him? And my answer was, do you have the money? I'll sell it to you.
Thank you very much, HC. Spons, you had a thought to complete before we went on to the next senator?
I just wanted to complete my thought in terms of the fugitive dust emissions because in the presentation, the video, Mr. Matthew did indicate the sprinkling system that he's already taken the initiative to install as a mitigation measure against fugitive dust emissions. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all viewing, listening, present. You know, I had the opportunity to observe that facility from the air, flying in on the seaplane, and also I went to the site, and I saw where the blocks would be formed inside. So I think it's Mr. Matthew. What aggregate are you talking about that would be outside? I know you showed me in the back where there'd be sand, I think gravel, and then where would the cement be stored to put in it?
Yeah, the cement is coming in big white jumbo bags. And the aggregate I'm talking about is sand and gravel.
Oh, okay, that was going to be on the outside that you showed me.
Yeah.
Because I know there would be, so for DPNR, Ms. Laplace, Matthew, what was the information that you got in regards to particulars that would be in the air of once you allow for a facility like this?
The concrete dust.
Right, but is there in most of these things there an allowable amount in per volume and different things? Like, do you have calculations in terms of, you know, tonnage of cement that he would have stored and an allowable amount that would be emitted by DPNR standards? Would you have that kind of information?
I do not have that information, Senator, but I can reach out to another division for assistance with that.
Okay, fine. And I was just thinking, like I say, I went to it. I like how the facility looks. It's a big, large area cut into a mountain. But I understand being in a residential area, and this is what we'd call a strong arm tactics. You go ahead, you purchase everything, and then you decide, hey, no, we have to take it or leave it. Would you be amenable, Mr. Matthew, if they were to locate another site for you to put your plant and to be in accordance with what DPNR is saying? Would you be amenable to that?
I will let my wife answer that one for us.
As stated before, a lot of monies was put into this project. However, at the same time, there's policies and procedures governed by DPNR. And at this time, with our consultants and our assistants, we have on board Eric Douglas and Alicia Barnes. And if you know them, you know that they're heavy armed and want to make sure that you do the right thing. And Just Right Trucking LLC is committed to doing whatever it takes to make sure that we're in compliance and we're able to produce a safe, sound machine plant. So we're going to do what we have to do to make sure that we follow rules and procedures. And that's where we're
Okay,
at.
and I appreciate that. And I take that to mean that if you have to move to a site that is zoned for that, then that's a possibility also. Because I would hate to have where you make this investment, the service that you want to provide, and then we strike it down because of one thing that DPNR says, or then we get personal. But I think I went to see it, and I told the gentleman that once I find out what DPNR's side of it is, then I could make my decision based on that. So again, it's a great endeavor. I support the endeavor 100%. But if it has to move to a different site, I would like you to also keep that in mind. I don't know if my time was called, Mr. Chair, but I'm just guessing 4 minutes was up. I don't know.
Your time was called, Senator. You
Okay,
may
I do
wrap up.
apologize. Thank you for the time, sir, Mr. Chair.
Time.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator DeGraff.
Senator,
Yes.
sorry, may I just add something here?
You may. I might.
Since everybody putting down their talking about. I have a degree in journalism. I write 5 books. I am also award-winning writer in the Caribbean and the Virgin Islands. And I am going to emphasize this factor. This narrative that is presented by DPNR is not about concrete making block. What they're talking about a big facility called cement plant. The narrative does not address Mr. Macho building. It was coined, written specifically to not grant this man it. We're talking something different. I want you to look at the writing, the English, the narrative. It has nothing, Senator, to do with Mr. Macho intent. So to say pollution, you're talking about pollution. They even mentioned grease and what have you. None of this will be existed in the man plant. I mean, it's amazing. We should not be talking and discussing moving the plant to any other place. It conducive to where he is. Look on the monstrosity they're building down Strawberry, that DPNR give warrant to build this monstrosity. Going down to Strawberry, when you go to Lorraine, the man is building a four tank gas station.
Is it within the zone?
In an area that was designated for homes. DPNR grant at Strawberry, where all this thing is. A man who said he was going to build a roti shop. He built a 3-story building. You understand what I'm saying? And that monstrosity that down there going towards Strawberry will cost this government money because they're going to have to build stoplights. And that's where you're going to really see congestion, where I grew up and where my brother born. So it's nonsense for we to discuss in an act about pollution. It did not address a block building plan, senators.
Thank you. Thank you.
Point of inquiry.
Thank you. Thank you. Point of inquiry, Senator Francis Heidegger.
Thank you. While I appreciate the passion of the previous speaker, point of inquiry to DPNR. When you wrote this report, was this report based on a block making plant or a concrete making plant? Because I need to have some clarity, because apparently two narratives, a cement making plant versus a block making plant. Two narratives are being put out here, and I need to better understand. DPNR.
Thank you, Senator. So the narrative was constructed based on the use the applicant is requesting, which is the block manufacturing.
Thank you very much.
At this time, the chair would, you had something to say, Ms. Barnes? Go ahead.
Senator, I just want to say, when I served as commissioner of DPNR, there was a need to have revisions to the zoning code to address these types of issues. The zoning code was enacted in 1978, and since then, so much has happened. So DPNR has amendments to the zoning code, as well as moving forward with the comprehensive land and water use plan. So we have a lot of business activities that aren't actually clearly outlined or aligned with the code as it currently exists. And that's why you need some degree of discretionary authority when you're making these types of determinations. So Mr. Nugent is correct in that what the analysis is based on, notwithstanding the fact that DPNR said, yes, a cement block making is what they based it on. They're restricted based on the limitations of the code as it exists right now. So that's one of the challenges that we have.
Very well. Thank you. Thank you for that. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Samuel Carrion for his 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to my colleagues, testifiers, and everyone here in the audience, and those that are listening and viewing. As senators, we are charged with this responsibility, which really shouldn't be on this body, to deal with these matters of rezoning due to the lack of not having a land and water use plan, and like the previous speaker said, some issues within the code that need to change. But here we are, nevertheless, having to rely on the expertise of others on matters such as these. I have a question if anyone can share with me. I know there's some topic right now. It's about the difference between the plant and the blocking manufacturing. If anyone can share from DPNR, what is that difference between a concrete plant and a cement block manufacturing company?
From a zoning perspective, Senator, clarification needed?
Yes.
Okay. So from a zoning perspective, those uses would fall in the same category. They're industrial type uses that would be allowed in either the commercial, the I-1, the I-2, or the W-2, which are all the industrial manufacturing zones.
Okay, so from the zoning perspective, they all fall within the same category.
Correct.
Is there anyone that can speak from the environmental impact position? Did you do a study or?
No, we do not have anyone present that would fall under environmental protection, so I can reach out to them and find out.
Because that's important to know, because some of the concerns are environmental concerns. Would you require during the process, is it required to have an environmental impact study? Part of the permitting process after?
Unfortunately, the way the code is written, no, that's not something that we can require.
Right. Also, I saw within your testimony from DPNR, you do mention in some of the points, you speak about the aesthetics of the current site, and currently an eyesore and pleasing cement plant would be an eyesore. That's point one. Point two, you speak about the impact of the cement plant on nearby housing, residents, and schools. And negative, you also mentioned point three, negative impact. So what do you base these 3 points when you speak about those negative impacts if no study has been made?
Those were the concerns registered from the adjoining property owners. Those were their concerns that they sent in.
And what's your role then when you hear those type of concerns? Are there any type of analysis that is done by the department?
Yes, Senator. So we analyze not only the concerns, but we also analyze the character of the surrounding area, as well as the zoning districts and where uses are found. And we have to also look kind of like at the past, as well as trying to project into the future as to how compatible these different uses are. Because we are an island and they have to be next to each other, but we have to look at compatibility.
Some of the issues that I have really with the points that are established here that you clearly state that are points presented by concerned residents, right?
Correct.
For example, they speak about traffic intersection require revision, but right now there's a trucking company that's operating there and there's no traffic issues. So, I mean, how do you then weight on what concerns are valid or reasonable to those that are not, and making your judgment and presenting these findings to us?
Well, we do have to factor that if they're area residents and they're noting that there is traffic concerns, that weighs heavily.
Thank you very much. I think my time has been called. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I will vote appropriately at appropriate time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Senator Carrion. 1 second, colleagues. I want to recognize the presence of Senator Maurice C. James. Good afternoon. Welcome for joining. Madam Timekeeper, can I ask that you give at least a 1 minute notice so that colleagues could prepare themselves for closure? So once they're 3 minutes into it, at least give them a 1 minute notice. Thank you. Point of inquiry?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the question from the previous speaker with regards to the traffic situation, I think your response was you lean on the concerns of the area residents.
Correct.
So, of course, we have a public safety division. Do you have any conversations to prove out the concerns that are expressed by the area residents?
Not with this particular application.
And see, this is the issue. It seems like a lot of the, as I look at the report, it just appears that, there wasn't any deep dive research or communication with other departments and agencies, even from the environmental perspective, which is a bit concerning on this particular requests and your responses. So that concerns me. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. I'll tell you, back in the days when I served as Chief of Police and Deputy Chief, we actually were required to provide traffic analysis. Our Traffic Investigation Bureau would go out and be able to do an assessment of those particular area and submit a report to those agencies, DPNR, DLC, and others. I guess we have moved away from that. that's no longer required? Or are you saying that for this project, Ms. Laplace Matthew?
It's no longer required, but it is something that we can look in the future.
Very well. Thank
Senate
you.
President.
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay,
Mr.
thank-
Douglas, you recognize.
Yeah, thank you, sir. There's been quite a bit of discussion about, is this a concrete, sorry. All right. There's quite a bit of discussion about, is this a concrete plant? Is it a concrete block manufacturing plant? Well, you need concrete mix to make concrete blocks, right? So there is a small concrete mixing plant to provide the concrete to the block manufacturing part. You have to acknowledge that. Now, in my discussions with Mr. Matthews, I said, on a daily basis, sir, how much concrete would that concrete block manufacturing component of your system need? And he says, over an 8-hour period, in 1 hour, about 1 cubic yard. I'm just going to give you an idea of economy of scale, because when people talk about concrete batching plants, they're probably thinking about operations. What's the area north of the company that's doing over by Grove Place there, north of there? Heavy material, out in the open, that kind of thing. He's only going to be able to produce 1 cubic yard of concrete per hour for the most part. So at the end of the day, he will need about 8 to 9 cubic yards of concrete to provide that for the block manufacturing. Just to give you an analogy, one concrete truck, one of those concrete trucks that you see out in the road with the rotating drum, one of those trucks can handle 10 cubic yards of material. So again, economy of scale. He's not going to be producing concrete to deliver to a concrete site. He's producing concrete, which is a very small amount of concrete, relatively speaking, to the block manufacturing part. So we need to keep that in mind.
Thank you very much for that. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Javon James. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Good afternoon, testifiers. Thank you for being here today. Traffic pattern has been labeled as a concern by DPNR, right? And that's in the analysis. It's in analysis. So my question to you, currently, Mr. Matthew, are individuals getting blocks from your establishment?
Yes. Yes, they are.
And is that an issue and you're permitted right now based on what the zoning that you have?
Yes.
So I really don't see how there would be an increase of the traffic pattern or a detriment to the traffic pattern. You already have the traffic there.
Yeah. Senator, from before I bought the property, the traffic was the same way how it is. Since I came in there with all my trucks coming in and out of that traffic, it's still the same way. I have never changed.
So I really don't know what they're saying about the traffic pattern.
I want to add to that, right? Even if I have 50 customers come in the yard for merchandise, they're not leaving 50 customers at once. They're going to be leaving one at a time. You can only load one at a time. So I don't see it. It's not going to impact the traffic at all.
And currently you do deliver concrete blocks to individuals, right?
Yes, we do. And we do sell cement.
And that's part of the regular traffic pattern?
Exactly.
All right. So the difference now, instead of you having to depend heavily on importation of concrete blocks, you're saying, forget about all that back and forth with the ports. Let's just do it right here. So in a sense, there'll be less traffic with your trucks.
Oh, yeah, because I don't have to bring it in. I just have to send it out.
All right. And then the other thing that they reference, and I'm speaking to DPNR, is the topography of the area. I would like to ask DPNR, what is your concern with the topography of the area?
It would be the runoff from the hillside, because right now there's a bit of scarring on the hillside.
Former Commissioner Barnes and Senator, can you please explain to me what can be put in place to address the issue of the topography just mentioned by DPNR?
Thank you, Senator. You can do, there's several soil erosion mitigation measures and several soil erosion mitigation technologies. You can do terracing, you can do gabions. Again, this is within the purview of the Department of Planning and Natural Resources to special condition to the operator. So this is within their purview to make certain conditional directives to the permittee, which Just Right Trucking is.
Thank you, Ms. Barnes. And my question to Mr. Matthew, do you have the financial resources to invest in such
1 minute.
that Ms. Barnes just made mention of to address the issue of topography?
Yes. Yes.
All right, so money is not an issue for that. All right. Because there are three things, you know. We have the public responses that are filled with opinions, and we do respect the opinion of our constituents. But the facts remain in analysis. And based on DPNR, there are only three main concerns. The area of topography, in which the former commissioner just made mention that there's a way to go around it. Traffic pattern will be decreased because you no longer have to worry about back and forth with the ports, and you already have that traffic there. So the only thing is left with is the aesthetics. So my question to DPNR, and those are the only three main areas. The part with the code, we can always deal with that because we are the law-making entity. If there's a section with the code, we can deal with that. So that's not an issue. So DPNR, what's your problem with aesthetics of this project that Mr. Matthew is planning to pursue?
We currently do not have any aesthetics regulations in the code.
So colleagues, we need to put aesthetic regulations in the code. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James, for those probing questions. We will now recognize Senator Angel Bolquez for your 4 minutes. Senator Bolquez, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the listening and viewing audience. Good afternoon to those in the gallery, and good afternoon to the testifiers. You know, if I were to put salt and sugar over here by the stenographer and legal counsel, we wouldn't be able to figure out which was which unless we utilize one determining factor, taste, right? So we're having a discussion here about cement and concrete. And I think that we need to be very cognizant of what we're speaking about in order to make a determination here. You know, my grandfather, Federico Bolquez, who lives in 136 Peters Rest, yes, I'll give you his address, has been working with cement his whole entire life. He's 93 years old of age. He built his own house. He built the house across from Gateway Gas Station, the Camacho residence. He's built many, many houses across this island, to include tombs in his later years when he couldn't, you know, he wasn't as strong as he used to be. Now, what I'm going to say here is we need to specify or understand the difference between a cement plant and a concrete block manufacturing plant. There's two separate and apart functionalities in both of those processes. And it's very important for us to understand what we're speaking of. The difference between a cement block and a concrete block lies in the materials used to fabricate them. So cement blocks use a flash fly ash aggregate, whereas concrete blocks use stone and crushed sand to include some cement. So when you use flash ash, it's a dusty process. Now, I'm not the subject matter expert, but based on the research that I've done, it's a whole different process. When you're utilizing gravel and sand, it's more dense. So you're not going to get that powdery hash stuff in the air that everyone is concerned about. Now, obviously, Mr. Matthews, you have done a lot of work, extensive work. You've planned this up, down, back, forward, in reverse and forward, however you do it. And you have put a lot of logistical planning into your project. I commend you for that.
Thanks.
I haven't been here as long as much of my other colleagues, but some have come in the past and have not planned as properly as you have. So I have to commend you in that aspect.
Thank you, Senator.
Now, I want to ask DPNR, because I think this is a very important thing. You know, we heard Mr. Matthews say that no one came to the property to assess the property. Then I heard that there are divisions. Well, the person from that division, did they come to the property and tour the property with someone else that Mr. Matthews is unaware of? Or did they just go there and tour it themselves and didn't tell anyone anything?
The property has permits, building and environmental protection permits. So site visits are conducted with those permits, for those permits.
So I don't think I'm getting the answer. And I really want to know if the individual went there and assessed the property by himself or herself without the knowledge of Mr. Matthew or anyone on his staff.
I believe when they conduct those inspections, they do notify the property owner.
Okay, Mr. Matthews seems to believe that no one came from DPNR, based on what he's saying.
Unless they saw a different Matthew. I don't know. Because I never spoke to any one of them about this since
And
the
no one on
variance.
your staff has notified you?
They cannot do that. They
They
cannot
cannot do
explain
that.
my business for me.
Very well, very well. And you know, and I think this is the importance, as we've mentioned before, about a land and water use plan. Since 1972, we've been waiting for this plan, and I'm happy to know that DPNR is taking the effort to get this plan underway. Because if we did have that plan, we wouldn't have these issues as previously mentioned. Now,
1 minute.
if we were in a different session right now, you know, we would be able to make a motion to say, we want to ask DPNR to reassess this situation, to be able to have someone physically go there to the property to go with Mr. Matthews to understand what's going on. But our rules prohibit us from doing so right now. So I really think that we really need to try to reassess the situation because there's a lot of factors that seem to be in the dark. For instance, I took the liberty of being on the property as well, along with my other colleagues. I went there by myself, mind you, and I toured the property. I also found out that the hillside that was being dug out has nothing to do with Mr. Matthews, but it's still listed on the report as something that is an issue. So I think there's an adjacent property there close to his, and they're digging up the hillside and has nothing to do with Mr. Matthew. Mr. Matthew, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So I think
Time.
a reassessment. Madam Chair, may I please?
You may wrap up, Senator.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think we should take the opportunity to fully try to reassess what we're talking about here. A cement plant and a concrete block plant are two separate and apart things. It is important for us to understand that moving forward. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. I just wanted to have just a brief follow-up with that. Is the adjacent property, what is the zoning for the adjacent property that is being, that has some earth change? Ms. Laplace Matthews, can you indicate?
They're zoned B2.
They're zoned similarly. Okay, thank you so much. Senator Donna Fred Gregory, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And, you know, I definitely appreciate speaking after the previous speaker. Because as we listen to the conversation and the questions are asked, this is becoming more and more confusing based on the report that was provided by DPNR. So I too took the opportunity to visit the site, and I was under the impression, based on the report, that the hillside or change that we're seeing is tied to Mr. Matthew. So for clarification, it's not tied to him. That's clear.
I would have to consult with the Division of Environmental Protection.
Okay, so let's talk about that. Good. So here's my concern, and I'm not certain if it's a concern of my colleagues, but based on all of the responses we've received today, one, when we talk about the pollution issues, when we talk about the traffic issues, and the topography issues, all of the responses that came from DPNR basically says that these are different divisions. So the question that I have is, what is the cross-collaboration within the Department of Planning and Natural Resources? Because that's very concerning when we are going to make a serious decision, and based on your responses, your disapproval, where's the collaboration? Collaboration, I believe, for a matter as important as this, sounds like it's missing. So you put us as elected leaders in a very bad position because we are not making a decision from informed information. So help us out here.
So consultation was done with the Divisions of Environmental Protection and Building Permits. They did do inspections based on permits that Mr. Matthew has in their offices.
Okay.
So the recommendation came with collaboration with those divisions as well as reviewing the zoning code.
Okay, so there's this confusion around what is a cement or concrete block plant and what is a cement manufacturing plant. So I happen to have a picture. I don't know if anybody has got it. So this picture says, this is a cement manufacturing plant, right? It's a big old thing. It looks like Whopper. And then this is a concrete block plant. And this is something that, this is equipment that can sit inside, and then you could see where the chute flows outside. So does this change the perspective on this conversation? Have you seen this?
I've seen it. We have to look at the use, the activity, and so the code does have concrete plants in specific zones. So we looked at the use.
Okay, so have we looked at the economic value of this business?
No, Senator.
And do we look at that when we make these decisions?
No, Senator.
Okay, from the Matthews side, could you share with us what you believe is the economic value of this business?
You're referring to
the Island District of St. Croix, just the economic value. What can we expect to see in taxes, etc.? How does this boost the economy of St. Croix?
Oh, it's gonna boost it tremendously, because I mean, look at all the blocks and stuff that's being imported here every week from Puerto Rico. It don't benefit the Virgin Island at all.
Okay.
And
I know my time is going to be cut, so I'm going to ask. I have one more
30
question
seconds.
that I have to ask. May I wrap up, Madam Chair?
You may.
Yeah. So I want to go back to the hillside, because in this document it speaks to what's not aesthetically pleasing, and then if the concern around the fact that this facility is not aesthetically pleasing, why would we allow these types of concerns to remain in the report? Why is it that those concerns are not said to the individuals who are providing their concerns or sharing their concerns, that this don't really A, don't have nothing to do with B? Because what you're seeing on the hillside really doesn't have anything to do with what you're seeing on the flat, on the bottom.
Those concerns were brought up, by the public, but it's also a concern of the department. We do not have anything in the code which regulates aesthetics.
So who approved the earth change for what we're seeing at the top?
That's approved with the department's Environmental Protection Division.
So you see
change
the issue
program.
we have with cross collaboration with what we're doing? You see the issue?
Yes.
Yeah. So, Madam Chair, thank you for the time. I believe that as we continue this conversation, it becomes a lot more unclear and very confusing, because there is so much moving targets that's occurring in the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, and I don't see where there is that cross collaboration, hence the reason why we are placed in this very bad position today. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. Before I recognize Senator Bolkes for his point of inquiry, I believe Mr. Douglas has a comment, and before I recognize you, Mr. Douglas, I wanted to point out something based on what the previous speaker mentioned. We are having a lot of challenges with our government entities relative to the communications between divisions and departments. And that's how we eliminate some of the issues that we have. We have to find a better way to communicate and collaborate so that we could find a common ground. Okay, Mr. Douglas,
Okay,
you wanted to make a quick comment?
Yes, point of clarification here.
Just go ahead and speak.
Okay,
You're
thank
not
you.
a senator. Go ahead.
Okay. So again, I think Senator Fred Gregg is pointing out this cross-collaboration thing. So you hear that DPNR did not show up and inspect the site. Well, that's DPNR and planning. And as Ms. Laplace said that, well, you know, DEP, Division of Environmental Protection, are the ones that usually go out. So let me just put on record that Mr. Mitchell Matthews got an inspection report. There were 2 people who showed up, and one from DPNR, DEP, and the EPA official who resides in the VI. They made an inspection of the site on June 3rd, 2022. I was not involved at the time. As a result of that inspection, Mr. Matthew got an inspection report from EPA and DPNR, and that's when he brought me on board to address some of the environmental concerns that they had observed when they did that inspection report. So, and that's when I got on board, and that we generated a stormwater pollution prevention plan for construction activities and a notice of intent. We filed that with both DPNR and EPA. We responded as best as we could to the concerns that were addressed in that inspection report. We also generated what is called an SPCC plan. When you've got a lot of fuel, the diesel stored on there, you got to store it right. You have to have secondary containment, et cetera, et cetera. You got to train the operators to know when to drain out the secondary containment. All of that was addressed, and we responded to that. So I just want to make it clear that DEP and EPA had done a site inspection back on June 3rd, 2022.
Okay, thank you. And that's clear. And also, Mr. Matthews mentioned that in his testimony, I believe, because I read it and he read it. Senator Bolkes, thank you kindly for your patience. You are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And after hearing the speaker, now it seems as if I have a point of further clarification. However, what I really wanted to know from DPNR is the report that you received from the division. I know you're not telling us exactly who it was, but is that report you used to fuel your report or to help your report? Or is there a separate report that maybe we need to also see as well?
Yes, to your first question. So yes, we consult with the divisions and they give us their comments.
So it's a comment or a report?
It's a comment.
It's a comment. Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The next senator is Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, you are recognized. Senator Fonseca, you want to make a point?
Yes, thank you, Ms.
Kindly
Chair.
recognize Senator Fonseca's mic. Continue, Senator Fonseca.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I will ask your indulgence so that I can ask my questions because I definitely have to catch a flight.
You have to catch a flight back to St. Thomas. Understood. Senator Maurice James, I will then proceed and recognize. One moment. One moment. You have to catch a flight too? Okay. Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I kind of feel kind of funny, right? Because we have before us here today what is a model for our community. You know, we have a husband and a wife, local black folks, been in business for over 20 years, have been doing everything right. And you know, as a senator, sometimes when things come before the Senate, you have people call you and, you know, try to influence your vote. In this particular day, the folks have shown up, and I know the folks that are here that are reputable folks in our community. You know, Mr. Irish, Mr. Webster, Colin Hodge. These persons are reputable persons in our community. You know, I want to say this to DPNR, right? Today you are before the full body of the first branch of the government. And going back to a question what one of my senators from St. Thomas had asked, I don't even know if you have the authority to adjust things, because if this proposal was going before the governor, a $2 million proposal, I would have seen at least the assistant commissioner or the commissioner. I would venture to say that you guys don't even have the authority to change things. And do you realize that the legislature cannot accept your recommendations and we can go ahead and approve this? This is a serious matter. You know, I want to read a letter here that is from one of the supporters, and it's dated October 2022, just to show you that this matter has not been brewing just for 2, 3, 4, 5 months. It says, I want to write this letter to support Mr. Mitchell Matthew, and it's from Fernando R. Webster, Major retired, very reputable person. He said, I've known Mr. Matthew for over 20 years, a hard-working young man that single-handedly brought his business from a one-truck operation to what it is today. You know, measures will be put in place to avoid any possible environmental or mitigation. The business owner is here, you know, telling us that anything, any concerns that DPNR has, they are willing to mitigate it. You know, in addition to that, blocks are very important construction material in the Virgin Islands. Here you are, the blocks are going to be manufactured locally. You know, Mr. Matthew is even saying he's going to do $2.25 a block. Now, I don't know if that's the 8-inch 2-hole block or 6-inch 3-hole block, but those are good prices. So I cannot help, right, but be honest with you, I have to support this because DPNR, there's some issues, and you know, to me it's a lack of respect that I don't see an assistant commissioner or a commissioner here. You are before the first branch of government. The whole Senate is addressing this matter. This is very important. So, Madam Chair, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much, Senator Fonseca. Senator Maurice C. James, you are recognized for your 4 minutes.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Virgin Islands. Good afternoon, everyone present here. I met Mr. Matthew, and I give him a hard time. I really give you a hard time. Because the hillside ugly, right? Remember I said that to you? I said it's so ugly now, you know? But then my question really, and I'm going to move from you to DPNR. And I know HC, good afternoon HC, because you probably can answer this also. HC Ruparelia, Mr. Ruparelia, bought that entire hillside. And on the bottom of the hillside, it seems to me, because I just met a friend of mine who also has a land contract with HC around the corner from Mr. Matthew. And I said to him, what's your zone? And he said B. I think he said B1 or B2. So all around the hillside at the bottom, close to the road, are B business?
The entire hillside from the Orange Grove side going all the way over to the Contentment side, that was rezoned. It's all B2.
All the way over?
Yes.
So then anyone who wants to put a business there would have to excavate that area. They would have to remove and change the topography of that entire hill.
Correct.
So you already, by having it zoned B, you are already changing that area.
Correct.
That's the problem, you know. Also because you wouldn't have, logically, you wouldn't have residents that as a residential area anyway, because they're so close to what is a heavily trafficked area, correct?
The B2 is a mixed zone, which allows residential and business uses, and there are applications in for residential development in that subdivision.
There are applications on the road, on the highway, close to the highway?
I do not know the exact plot numbers. I just know that applications have been submitted for residences in that subdivision.
In the subdivision, but not along. Well, let me go to HC. If you have all of and you're the owner, correct, of all those plots? When someone is purchasing those plots from you along the street, are they aware that it is B or residential?
They are.
They are aware that it's B.
Yeah.
So you're selling them with the intent of making more money, selling to a business as opposed to a residence, correct?
1 minute.
The people have an option to build the residence or
Please speak into the mic, and also, Mr. Ruparelia, please state your name before you respond.
Thanks.
Thank you.
It's H.C. Ruparelia. Full name is Hashmukh Ruparelia. As to your question about B2 and residential, some of the plots inside B2 area, the same subdivision, is also used for residence. And a lot of people build their businesses and residential combined
Okay.
to avoid renting a business office and a house.
I see. So it would be a combination of residence and business. I apologize for being late. I was at a very important. May I, Madam Chair?
You may proceed to wrap up.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Matthew, I saw the picture of the concrete block plant and then the cement manufacturing, which we talked about, you and I.
Yes.
But does this truly represent the entire operation? Because wouldn't you be doing, I remember you said to me, you said to me that you would be doing a part of it outside. So what would the outside part look like? Would it still look like this?
No, it wouldn't look like that because that's a cement plant.
Right, so it wouldn't look like this?
The outside is just the batching plant.
The batching plant?
That's it, yeah.
Okay. Madam, I could take advantage of her. No, okay, Madam.
You have.
I did. Okay, thank you.
You have done that, and you should
Point of
stop right
inquiry.
now, if you would be so kind.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Thank you kindly so much, Senator Maurice James. The committee and the whole will stand in recess for 3 minutes. And we are back. And we are back on the record. Senator Milton E. Potter, you are recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. This will have to be a lightning round because I have a 3:30 flight. I want to start really, first of all, by commending the Matthews, Mr. and Mrs. Matthews, for, the wisdom, the intellect, the fortitude that it takes to survive in business this long. You don't do it by accident. So there's something intentional that you guys are doing, and you definitely have to be commended. I wanted to ask DPNR one question. I know that Ms. Laplace Matthews, you mentioned that the granting of this variance would substantially conflict with the permitted uses of the B2 zoning district, I believe, right? My question is, the Matthews right now operate a business where they're selling cement blocks, they run a trucking business, they're collecting and processing garbage. So there's a lot of, to me, the layman, industrial to commercial type activities that have been allowed to happen on that facility. Will the establishment of this concrete block plant, would it radically and substantially change or shift what is happening now on the property?
Leah Laplace Matthew. Yes, Senator, it will substantially change because the current uses fall under the broad categories of retail, office use, parking. The manufacturing takes it to a different realm, basically, where manufacturing is only found in the industrial zoning categories, the commercial and the I-1, I-2, and W-2.
So more from a technical standpoint.
Correct.
Than from a layman observing, it would seem to be very much related to what is happening now. But I won't argue the point. I know that former Senator Barnes mentioned something, and I'm receiving an education here today, the idea of fugitive dust emissions. And you mentioned that there is a mechanism in place right now whereby as you go along the permitting process to get the business established, there is an opportunity for DPNR to weigh in on some of those issues and provide different requirements to deal with those types of issues. Is that something, Ms. Laplace Matthew, that DPNR considered when they recommended against the variance?
1 minute. Yes, Senator, but we have to first and foremost look at the zoning code. We have to look at what uses exist, what categories they're in, the types of uses they're compatible with currently.
Okay. All right. Any comments on that? Any thoughts on that?
Yes,
Ms. Barnes.
Please recognize former Senator Alicia Barnes. Mike.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Senator. I think Senator Donna Fred Gregory touched on something.
Kindly state your name as well.
Alicia Barnes. I think Senator Donna Fred Gregory touched on something, and you're doing it as well, Senator Potter, is that there's an absence of a socioeconomic analysis associated with the report presented by DPNR. And, much respect to Ms. Laplace. However, they are functioning within the limitations of the zoning code, which requires amendments. And amendments are currently in draft and should have been sent down to this body for review and adoption, because these are some of the challenges that exist within the code where she has to operate within. So it is a challenge. But you are correct, and the facility is already permitted. And that's why there was an inspection by the Division of Environmental Protection. And nothing precludes them from issuing additional special conditions to address any of the site conditions that they deem appropriate.
I must say that DPNR, since I've been here for the last 2 years, DPNR has been very compromising, I think, as far as going out of their way to make accommodations. If an entity is requesting our B2, they may say, no, we don't think this would be appropriate. However, we will recommend this particular variance so that we could kind of work with you and compromise a little bit. This go around, DPNR, this is for the first time that I have seen it. DPNR has flat out said, no, we are not going down that road with this entity. And I was curious to know, is it because, just curious to know your rationale. And then you can answer on the chair's time.
Was called, Senator, and I know you have to catch a flight. So I just want to be mindful of that because I know you're going to go probing away.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You may answer on the chair's time, Ms. Laplace. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, as part of the analysis in the planning realm, you have to basically look at the past, present, and future. That hillside used to be an R3 zoning. There were 2 separate rezoning attempts requested in the past where the department recommended approval at the time because the intentions at the time appeared compatible with the surrounding zoning, the area surrounding zoning. With this particular request, being that it's an industrial type use, it may open the door for other type uses to be requested. And the department does not want to get in a position where we're granting approvals simply because of a previous approval. We have to also look at the effect on the surrounding area. We have to listen to the surrounding neighbors' concerns because as a planning department, we have to not only look at the past, but also the future.
Okay, thank you. I want to just delve into one of your comments, Ms. Laplace, when you say the surrounding neighbors' concern. Which neighbors have indicated that they find that this development is okay for them? Because looking at, but first before you say that, before you answer that, who are the surrounding neighbors that you take into account?
So the surrounding neighbors would be those within the 150-foot radius that we have to send out letters to, but also those in a greater radius. So those that sent in support, none of them were surrounding neighbors. So that's something we have to factor in.
Okay, so I looked at who you sent out the notices to, and I believe Mr. H.C. Ruparelia is one of the surrounding neighbors within that 150 degrees. And didn't he send in a letter of support?
Well, he is the applicant.
Okay, so he's the applicant, but this, what about none of the others sent in any? What about the other adjacent?
No, Senator.
Okay, all right, thank you so much. Senator Diane Capehart, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers. Good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. I want to say last night I attended a committee meeting on housing. And with that, one of the things that came out to me, I'm thinking about today's meeting where this was an issue that was brought up. Construction cost. The Virgin Islands Housing Authority and many others besides the government, they're going to start building the VI Slice home ownership program, the Own a Lot, Build a Home. These are homes for our people who there's no place for them to live. Some living in public housing, they want to be able to come home owners. And here it is today, I know this is a hard one because we have a lot of opposition and we have a lot of support. But when you're in this position, you have to make some tough decisions. And when I see individuals like Mr. and Mrs. Matthew, who didn't even have any intentions to probably do a, what you call it, a black manufacturing company, not until you were in this business and you're buying the blocks to sell, resell to our people, then you understand there's a need. I commend you. So,
Thank you.
DPNR, Miss Leah Laplace, you know I love you, right? Where is your commissioner today?
He's unable to make it. There was a medical situation, so I'm here on behalf of the department.
Ms. Laplace, your commissioner always run from these meetings. Do you work in an oil change program? Yes or no?
No.
You work in a solid waste program? Yes or no?
No.
You work in an air pollution program? Yes or no?
No.
You work in a water pollution program? Yes or no?
No.
So you cannot, other than your colleagues in these divisions from environmental protection, now who, beside comprehensive and zoning, because that's your division, let the people know you work in a division of the Department of Planning and Natural Resources. You cannot answer all the questions today for EP. Is that correct?
Correct, Senator.
You have a deputy commissioner?
Yes, Senator.
You have an assistant commissioner?
No, Senator. He recently retired.
Well, that deputy commissioner could have been here too. I'm sorry for you, because you're here in the line of fire taking everything, and I know you know your job, and you're doing based on what the book's telling you. But I've seen businesses that right on the center line road, they got 3-4 laundries, and guess what? One of them get denied. Why? This is why we need this comprehensive land and water use plan, so we don't encounter these problems. Mr. Matthews, tell me, you mentioned stockpiles. What are you stockpiling?
We're only going to be Mitchell Matthews Sr., we're only going to be stockpiling sand and gravel.
Where are they going to be stored? Inside your
In the back of the building.
In the back of the, is there a secondary containment there?
We have the wall to keep it from running any place.
You're going to have a cover, a tarp or something over that?
We're going to be sprinkling them with water.
Miss On,
to keep the dump.
If I wish all people would start putting sprinklers on their facilities to keep the dust down. I commend you.
Yeah.
These are the best management practices that we want to hear that businesses do.
And I must say for the record that the manufacturing is only going to be done during working hours.
Are you storing any hazardous waste?
No hazardous waste whatsoever.
Are you using any hazardous materials?
No hazardous material whatsoever.
Okay. Is there any continued erosion on your property?
No, Senator.
Are you building a retaining wall?
Oh, yes, we have some pictures, a video. Mr. Nugent is going to
How
pass
high
on.
is that retaining wall going to be?
So far on the east side of the building, it's 16 foot to help keep any noise pollution that the building don't observe.
Okay, Mr. Ruparella, good afternoon. You have the surrounding properties. The property that is between the Matthews business, there is a buffer of trees. Is that your property?
Yes.
Do you plan to develop that? Do you plan to develop that property?
It has all been subdivided.
Subdividing. Do you know if there's going to be any homes, any other businesses that's going to go there, or it's going to remain with trees and shrubs or whatever?
The individual plot owners have a responsibility to try and maintain as much as they can.
And I commend you, because I would love, Mr. Matthews, I would love to see businesses in and out of their businesses all concreted, because it eliminates stormwater and on a rainy day event from stormwater going out on the street. And as I said, I understand the concerns, I understand the opposition, but when I think about home owners being able to have affordable housing. You know what affordable housing starting from now? 300,000. I won't even be able to afford that. Okay? Much less these young people who want to be able to
30
have
seconds.
a home. So, thank you. Oh, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very
Point of
much.
inquiry.
Thank you very much, Senator Capehart. Senator Franklin Johnson, you
Point of inquiry.
Senator, please wait. We have one here, and he's been recognized. We'll come to you.
The problem is you have
Senator, we have one here, and we'll come into you next. Thank you. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your point of inquiry.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. Matthew.
Yes, sir.
If I may ask you,
Senator,
do you know
yes,
of
Senator.
any other black making company on this island? If anybody?
No, there's
anybody?
none. There's none.
So every single black right now that's on this island have to be shipped in.
Yes, Senator.
And you're trying to just help the people by eliminating that shipping process.
Yes.
I respect that. And Mr. Chair, if I may, you know, everything we do, we bring it in. And important. And a lot of the taxes you're paying, you instead of getting the benefit of all of it staying here. And if we can't get that money to circulate around us, we're going to continue to be wondering what part of the whole thing in this bucket. We're going to continue to wonder it. And I said, I applaud you for what you're doing because it's important to the construction field today. With the cost of material going up, you're going to make a big difference. And I hope that we can get this movement so that we can see that difference for our people. As my colleague that just spoke before, it's costly. And what you're doing is trying to put a dent in that cost. It's going to save you some money, but it's going to save everybody on the island. Would you intend to ship blocks to St. Thomas if you can?
Almost definitely.
Thank you very much. Nothing else, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson. Senator Francis Heiliger, you recognize for your point of inquiry.
Thank you. We seem to have had an issue. We were muted over here, so the several times we requested a point of inquiry, that was the first one that actually went through. The point of inquiry to Mr. Matthews, my question has to do with opposition. You spoke earlier in the video in regards to reducing the cost from $2.25 by 27 cents, which would put one of the blocks at $1.98 per block. Did you have any type of opposition when you attempted to open the type of business you had, the trucking company, in that area? And when you started to do the import of the blocks, did you have to go and get a license to be able to do that? Because my question is, when you made the decision to shift from importing, which I'm sure you had to figure out what zoning and license to do that in, if you could have done it on the property. I wanted to know what prompted you to purchase the equipment prior to, without finding out from licensing what type of zoning and license you would have required in order to do that aspect of the business. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Francis Heiliger. Mr. Matthews, I'll allow you to respond in my time.
Senator, at the time when I decided to get involved into my own black plant, I didn't know I had to get a variance because the property was zoned commercial, and knowing that it's because of simple, the process is, I didn't look into it to that depth.
Point of inquiry.
Very well. Senator Blyden, you recognize for your point of inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also was trying to get a point when the senator left to come to St. Thomas for speak after he spoke, but nonetheless, Ms. Laplace Matthews, let me ask you in respect to, I need some clarification. When the senator asked you about manufacturing plant and the area being zoned industrial, are you saying that because of a manufacturing plant, any area must be zoned industrial in order for the person to move forward? Can you clarify for me, please?
Please recognize the mic of Ms. Laplace Matthews.
For the cement block manufacturing, yes, it has to be in an industrial zone, either the commercial, industrial, or the waterfront industrial.
Also, there are different type of manufacturing plant based on different, I would say, you have different areas for manufacturing because, for instance, my question was, my thought was, for instance, we have several water manufacturing plants in the territory. If I have a well in my yard, I want to manufacture water. Do I need to have an industrial license or is that different? That's what I wanted to know.
Every zone has a list of permitted uses, so for that particular use, I'd have to do the research.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Very well. Thank you. And I know that there's some modification that's being made and recommended by DPNR, and at some point in the near future, we'll be able to have make a decision on that. I want to say, as we continue to proceed, those individuals that just recently tune in, that in fact there is no votes. No vote is taken in this committee of the whole. Again, this is for fact finding and for us to be able to have a full discussion on the matter. And at a subsequent legislative session, a decision will be made in respect to the matters that's before us today in the committee of the whole. I also want to take this opportunity to really recognize the work that has been done by Mr. Rapirella in this community. I want to thank you for giving a lot of our local individuals an American dream to be able to own their own home. Some of our banks is not even doing that. You give individuals an opportunity in some instances that they have not even fully paid off for their property, and they start to build. So I know that we're having a discussion on a whole different matter here, but I really want to publicly thank you because I know of that being brought to my attention numerous times. So thank you for that. At this time, Senator Kenneth Gittins, you're recognized. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your last comments. I don't throw stones and hide my hand. And I've always heard my great-grandmother say, every tub must sit on its own bottom. And I will sit on mine because I will stand firm in my beliefs, in my convictions. And I say that to say that you don't have to wait until session day. This project, I will be in full support of. I ain't throwing no stones and hiding my hand. Economic development. I'm not in campaign mode either, but my motto says, with progress comes change. And we as a people, we want change. Or we want progress, sorry, but we don't want change. We don't know how to embrace change. But think about it. If you want that progress, you need to start to embrace change. As I sit here, ain't even nothing else for me to say. 13 or 12 other colleagues spoke before me, and they said it out. So there was a public hearing held on or about November 2nd, 2022, correct?
Correct, Senator.
No one bothered to show up in opposition or with their concerns. They sent, I don't want shouting from the back. The testifiers are up here. You had an opportunity, and what I'm saying is that on November 2nd, and that's what we always try to make sure, that DPNR gives everyone a chance to come forward, whether for or against. Evidently, based on the testimony by DPNR, DPNR did not even bother to show up and make a physical inspection in order to submit a fact-based report. We're talking about commentary versus a report. we know that comments are based on opinions. Whereas when you submit a report, you're submitting a report based on your investigation. And if you're the investigative body to go out and do these reports, then I expect that that be done. Not for us to sit in our offices and people bring comments to us. These business owners went a step ahead and they
1 minute.
made sure that they even asked for us to visit that property and see for ourselves. I am happy that they went to the extent of even doing a video so that everyone can see what's going on. DPNR also said that they collaborated and depended on other divisions to prepare this document before us today. However, we don't see a checklist of these other divisions. We're just hearing of the comments that they made. As a matter of fact, DPNR even testified that VIPD collaboration is no longer required. By whose authority? By whose authority? If we're going to say that one of the problems is traffic pattern that you have in your analysis. I'm going to ask DPNR one question. Is there in place...
Time.
May I, Mr. Chair?
You may wrap up, Senator.
Is there a place in the permitting process to address concerns of the opposition?
No, Senator, not for Tier 2 properties.
No wiggle room whatsoever to address any of these concerns.
No, Senator.
Not even if the respective divisions go out physically and conduct a proper analysis to submit a report?
No, Senator, Tier 2 properties do not have a public comment portion. This particular application, because of the rezoning, is how we got that.
So I'm not worried about the, let me strike that. I'm not talking about the public commentary. I'm talking about DPNR's report that should be fact-based, based on their investigation.
In the permitting process, just needing clarification.
Maybe I can ask the former DPNR commissioner if you... Do I need to repeat the question or? Thank you.
You may respond.
I have to say my name.
Barnes.
Alicia Barnes. Thank you, Senator. I think the question that you're asking is, based on the comments in the report, is there an allowance for those comments to be addressed within the permitting processes of DPNR? Is that the question you're asking?
Yes.
And the answer is yes.
And can you tell us at what point?
So this facility, based on the nature of the facility's operations, they are subject to several permitting processes. They have to have an earth change permit, which, as Senator Caput indicated, has what you call best management practices assigned to that permit. One of the best management practices can be to ensure that you have mitigation measures to address fugitive dust emissions. It is within the discretionary authority of the department to condition every permit within the parameters of the rules and regs.
Thank you for that response, and that satisfies my inquiry, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the latitude.
Thank you very much, Senator Gittins. Next, we'll come to Senator Joseph. Caller J. Joseph, you recognize for your 4 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. This hearing today in a whole has given really the major need for us to really put in place the comprehensive land and water use plan, the necessity. I know that when these rezoning came before us, in the 34th legislature, we had extensive discussion, this body at that time, with DPNR, including the former AC, Assistant Commissioner of DPNR, and legislation was supposed to come down so that we could have discussions relative to what can go forward in the interim of having that comprehensive land and water use plan. To date, I don't believe we've received any suggestion, because DPNR is the expert in the field relative to these matters regarding rezoning. And to date, we have not yet received any information, any proposed legislation from DPNR on how we should work with our residents to achieve their goals and to meet needs in our community. I just want to say, I lived in St. Thomas next to a rock quarry, heavy metals, for a number of years when I was much younger. We would hear the blasting. But what is proposed today doesn't touch on blasting of any rocks. Let me ask you, Mr. Matthew, will you be blasting rocks?
Oh, no, 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 no.
No dynamite?
No dynamite.
No dynamite. And so I was subjected to that for a number of years. I don't think it had any lasting effect on me, but I'm already half of a century. I'm already half of a century, so I don't think so. And I'm in good health. I'm really healthy as a horse. So, and I want to really look at it because I'm also by profession a grant writer, and I manage federal funds. And every time we look at putting together any type of grant application, we always look for one thing, you know. We look for a need. Is there a need? And once we see if there's a need, we would look to get the money to meet that need and see if the grant is eligible, and what we propose is going to address the need. So I want to ask Mr. Douglas whether or not, in your estimation, and Mr. Matthew, let me start with you, Mr. Matthew. Is there a need for this type of business here on the island of St. Croix?
Oh, it's a huge demand for this because, I mean, blocks come in every week. I mean, 2 and 3 boatload every week. I mean, I seen it because the amount of blocks I sell, you know, on my own, that's how I know this is the thing to do.
Okay. And looking at it from the basis of a need, Mr. Douglas and also Ms. Barnes, can you, because you're the experts as far as environmental and as far as the process, would it be such a hardship on the community in that area? Because I visited the site, I drive by the site. I've been visiting St. Croix from the time I was 8 years old. Would there be such a hardship with this community right there, knowing that most of it is already commercial property, to have this type of development? Mr. Douglas?
Yes, Eric Douglas. I think that there's so much that Mr. Matthews...
Time.
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
May I just wrap up?
You may wrap up, Senator.
And your time?
You may proceed.
Thank you, sir. There's so much, like you said, that he's incorporating in the design and operation in order to mitigate. The primary concern is what, you know, in terms of, well, noise, you can abate that, right? fugitive emissions, as Ms. Barnes, you can also address that. What do you call the sprinkler system, where he stores the sand and the aggregate on the outside, he can significantly cut down on any potential fugitive emissions that may come from that. With regards to the cement, he showed you the video, and he showed you that there is a closed system for feeding the cement into the mixer. He uses an auger. An auger, for those who may not know, is like a corkscrew. You just move. You're not using air to throw it through. You're just using that corkscrew to move the cement into the mixer. And he also said that once he's loaded the cement into that container, that box, there are two flaps that you close so you don't get that kind. So there are things that can be done, and I feel very confident if those things are put into place. I have very little concern in terms of the impact of that on the community.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, just one more question. Thank you kindly. Ms. LaPlace, did you take into consideration, you and your team, take into consideration all of those dynamics? Because the area is already compromised. The hill has already been lowered from what I recall, right? There. Just to even get up there, and then you see the top portion is already, and over that, over the bound of that, which is still Mr. Ruparelia property, is going to be developed. Do you see that not being still the topography has been compromised and changed significantly and will continue to be changed because of the B2 zoning that exists?
Yes, Senator, that was part of the analysis, as well as looking at the use variance section of the code, which is 238A, which it says you have to analyze if the use will substantially conflict with the permitted uses of the zone. And being that the B2 was intended for retail, offices, residential use, this use being an industrial type use would substantially conflict.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. LaPlace, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Ms. Matthew, you had a comment?
Yes.
You may proceed.
Senate President, if I may, we have 4 pictures that are available. Mr. Nugent is going to, if possible, if you will permit, to show exactly what it's going to look like at the end.
And media, you have those photos?
Yes, sir. These pictures answer the question for Winston George Nugent. Answer Senator Capehart concern, your concern, Senator, and many of the other senators. Please show those 5 pictures or 4 pictures, please. Media?
Yes, I give him 2 minutes, so we'll come back to that. I just want to say as we go along that there's so much of a larger matter that we are confronted with here in the Virgin Islands or here in St. Croix. I'll tell you, I'm doing construction work myself, and a lot of times we're out of blocks here on the island, and we have to wait, and there's delay. Certainly your association, your homeowners association, don't take into consideration the fact that there's supply chain delays before they start to penalize you. We import blocks from Puerto Rico and sometimes have to double up on the blocks because by the time they come here and with the supply chain demand, they're not as well built out or enough time to cure, so they crumble. So you have to buy almost double the amount that we're experiencing. We have an issue in this community where individuals have gotten to the top of the mountain and pull up the ladder. They have gotten to the top of the mountain and pull up the ladder. They haven't let it down for nobody else to be able to climb. And that is so unfortunate. The fact that even at Home Depot, they run out of blocks. We have some challenges here, and rather than trying to assist and endeavor for us to be able to work out these issues, and believe me, I am very much concerned about some of the issues that our residents have brought to light, and I believe that there's some opportunity to mitigate those, and I'm hoping at some point we'll be able to have that conversation about how we develop conditions, because you live in this community, right?
Yes, Senator.
And you want to see the best for your community?
For the best.
So I truly believe that there is some opportunity for us to do that collectively, and I'm hoping that at some point we'll be able to get to that conversation about that. Is the photos ready, media? Point of inquiry, Senator Abolquez, in the meantime?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, Mr. Chair, as I sat here with the majority leader, we were looking through the report and trying to validate a number of occurrences that have obviously taken place here through dialogue. And we were wondering on a series of things concerning Mr. Keith Richards. When was his last date of on the job?
February 28th.
February 28th, okay. And he did not go to the site physically to assess the property, but it's signed with another name. What's the name or the signature associated with this
Commissioner
report?
Oriel.
Okay. Did the commissioner go to the property?
No, Senator, he relies on his staff.
Okay, and that comes from the information from the division, which is comments, and not a report.
Well, the divisions that did inspections were building permit, environmental protection, and they were factored into the report creation.
So the report is signed by him and CC'd to himself.
At the time, Assistant Commissioner Richards was not available to sign, so the commissioner signed.
Okay, so for me, I see that to be problematic, and that's my suggestion or my personal opinion, because in fact, I believe that, you know, the person should have been available to go in person to Mr. Matthews' property or any other individual who's trying to get a rezoning done to provide the proper assessment in order to make a determination like this. Mr. Chair, thank you for the time.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Senator Abolquez. At this time, we'll go to the photos. Media?
That is how the finished product is going to look like. All mitigation, and show the next picture. This is how it's going to look eventually when we finish. We probably might have the cleanest plant than Hobensa. A black plant than Hobensa. Next picture, please. Once again, you see the retaining wall? This is what Mr. Matthew will be putting up, those retaining wall. He has to put up the retaining wall because, of course, it would affect his business. And the retaining property, the property that you saw dug up and so forth, doesn't belong to him. Next picture, please. You see where that so-called, the favorite word that real estate individual like to use, aesthetic. That's how it will be in that content. It looked good right there, as far as I'm concerned. And of course, eventually we might grow some palm trees there. Yes. No, no, Senator. He has nothing to do with it. And they put it in their narrative. And
Thank you very much, Mr.
Yes,
President.
sir.
We need to move
Yes.
on. At this time, Senator Blyden, you are recognized for your 4 minutes. Vice President Blyden.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon again to all of the testifiers. And
Good job.
I am happy that you showed those pictures because that was going to be my first question. Do you have any photos of how it's going to look when it's finished? And I'm happy that you did that because I also did tour the site. I was there for 2.5 hours. And I was very impressed by the Matthews and their foresight and their vision because supply and demand is what creates businesses around here. And there's a demand. Right now we are building like we're having before. And we are also in a housing crisis. We need to remember that. And I know several of the zoning requests last year, before the end of the term, DPNR quoted in their statement several times that because there's a housing shortage and we have a housing crisis, they recommend approval. I've seen that several times at the end. I was very happy to hear that because that's the truth. And when it comes to building around here, of course, we need blocks. And this is a state-of-the-art facility, 21st century. And I'm happy that the young man spoke to the process, and I wish you guys had showed also what you showed me with the process with the cement, the pouches. It's not cement bags, ladies and gentlemen. It's big, those big pouches. I believe you see them in Home Depot, where it goes inside the canopy and then it opens and closes when necessary, and the machinery brings it down when it's needed, so there is no dust at all. None whatsoever. So the folks that work in there don't have no issues to include the emission that comes out. There isn't any materials coming out. So when they talk about pollution, I wish DPR went there and did the due diligence like I did in terms of doing a thorough investigation and inspection to understand how the plant will be ran. It's very important when we make decisions. That's why my conscience is clear, and I will be supporting this project, because my thing is affordability. My thing is housing and homes for my people. It will drive down the cost of building here in the territory to include cisterns, because they have cistern blocks also. It will also increase when it comes to our development, and especially when it comes to our taxes. Imagine this and think about this. They're not the only company that brings in block from Puerto Rico. There are many other companies, but imagine this. Imagine all of those individuals buying their blocks from them. And imagine them saving money in the interim. And imagine them being able to hire more individuals because they can save money. We got to look at the bigger picture. We got to think outside of the box. I understand DPR, when it comes to the rules and regulations, we can always amend the law. And former Commissioner Barnes spoke to special conditions. We must apply that because we have a housing crisis. I think that's a special condition. We must do what needs to be done in order to move forward as a territory.
1 minute.
I believe in my heart that this request is going to be a game changer for us in the territory. Not only in St. Croix, also in St. Thomas and St. John, because our cost of building is way more expensive than St. Croix. And I asked Mr. Matthews specifically, what about St. Thomas and St. John? What's in this for us? And he explained to me, and I'll ask him a question, Mr. Matthews, what's your plan for the St. Thomas St. John district in terms of driving on the cost of and importing blocks to this district?
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. I was so busy watching you. Yes, this like I said, this plant that we plan to trying to do here, it's a territory thing that we're looking at, not just a St. Croix thing. For me, we are all one, whether it's St. Croix, St. Thomas, St. John. And if we got to ship it over to St. Thomas, we're going to ship it over to St. Thomas and St. John and beyond if we have to.
And Mr. Chair, may I wrap up, please? I also have two more quick questions. The grade, the type of blocks that you're producing, because Mr. President spoke to the quality of blocks coming in and how it breaks easily. What type of grade you have? What the quality? Is it better quality than the one we're buying right now?
Oh, we're going to make sure. We're going to make sure that it is a better quality, because we're not going to be using no inferior sand. And we're going to be using the right amount of material, clean material, to ensure that we have a stronger block.
And finally, talk about the batch outside, because I know you'll be curing them and how long it takes to cure them. You're going to put them outside. What are the about the batch plant that's somewhat concerned about? Can you explain that process also, because that's important and have nothing to do with pollution. And thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
The batch plant on the outside of the building you're speaking about?
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Yes, the batch plant, it will be outside, and that's what we're going to load with the sand and the stone and process the material to go inside. And that particular machine, everything that's outside, also is going to get covered. Yeah, so we have intention of covering everything and closing up everything that needs to be closed up, but we can't do that until we put the equipment together.
It's a beautiful plan. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time, and I look forward to seeing the cost of construction go down by any means and every means necessary. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much. And before we are about to conclude this round and I'll allow for a rapid second round, I just want to say that for full transparency, there's a number of letters that came in opposition of this project, and there is a number of letters that came in also in support of this project. They're all loaded up on the drive and could be viewed, as my colleagues also have access to those, so they could be full transparency. So at this point, we'll go to a wrap-up round and allow for 2 minutes. Anyone that may have a burning question. I don't see Senator Francis Heiliger there. Senator Johnson, 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I have 2 questions, one to DPNR and one to Mr. Matthews. DPNR, did any of the folks that was in a position was willing to come to testify and state their claim on record?
Do you mean at the department's public hearing?
No, here today.
I'm not aware.
All right, thank you. And Mr. Matthews, did you go to EDA to get any kind of grants or loan from them?
No, this is nothing from EDA, the bank. This is from hard work and sweat.
So do you get any tax break, like this big tax break that big companies come in and get?
No tax break.
No tax break?
No break.
Thank you very much. I appreciate what you are trying to do, and let's see where we go with this, because it's well needed.
Yeah.
All right, and again, like I said to you earlier, I really, sincerely, when I tell you I'm proud, because I know you and your brothers when you try to start this business, and your brothers them decide to relocate, but you stick to the grind.
Yes.
And you have a well-established business, and somebody to your right that just there right there, so to with you pushing along is so important. All right, so thank you guys, and wish you guys all the best. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. For full transparency, once again, I just was notified by the protocol officer that there is someone that wanted to testify in opposition, and obviously, we've been at this since 12:30 today, and I felt it was, at this point, they submit whatever that letter may have been, but it's for the fairness of the process. We're already into this, and wouldn't allow for, like, colleagues have sufficient time to be able to query them as necessary. Senator DeGraff, are you there? No. Senator Carrion. Senator James, you recognize for your 2 minutes.
Greetings once again to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. In everything I do, I try to remove emotions out of it and stick to the facts. I don't have time for all the entertainment thing. And like I said earlier, during my line of questioning, if you watch the 5-page document from DPNR, in the public responses, it references 25 concerns from constituents, our constituents. But in the analysis never addressed any or majority of those issues or public responses in the analysis. And when I asked in my line of questioning about the area of topography, the aesthetics, and the traffic pattern, we all came to a conclusion that there is a solution to address those concerns. So really and truly, what are we really talking about? Let's stick to the facts. And it says clearly the impact, however, of the area's development has proven incompatible with not only the area's established character, but also the area topography, aesthetics, and traffic pattern. Colleagues, look at it carefully in the analysis. Those are the only 3 main concerns. And when I said 3, only 3 concerns of DPNR. It doesn't mention anything about dust. It doesn't mention anything about environmental impact and all these 25 things that were mentioned. And we are not saying that those concerns are not valid. To the people of St. Croix, we are not saying that those concerns are not valid. But like in any court or any place of law, we have to deal with the facts. And there are only 3 areas of concern. And based on what I said, the topography can be addressed with technology based on former Commissioner Barnes. The aesthetics, it just needs regulations in the VI code. That's us right there. And the traffic pattern been there from since God knows when.
30 seconds.
So colleagues, let's remove the emotions out of this discussion and deal with the facts. We are the first branch of government, and I'm happy that we haven't removed certain things from the VI code, because sometimes we complain about zoning coming to us. but it needs checks and balances in a very small-knit community, and here we are today to provide those checks and balances. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator James, for your comments there. Senator Balkes, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's been an exhaustive discussion, and as my colleague mentioned, data drives decision making. And in our case, the report that was presented to us, based on us being able to go and visit physically, in person, the facility, and ask our own independent questions concerning what we may believe is an issue. Mr. Matthews, you know I had 101 questions for you that day.
Yes.
You probably were getting tired of me.
No, man, no, never
And I
tired.
told you after that assessment, because I had my staff with me, that the only one thing, what was that I told you that the
was
only one thing that I was concerned about?
That's the traffic.
Yes, sir. That's exactly right. That was the one sole thing after having a thorough discussion with Mr. Matthews, up and down, walking all through his property, asking every single question that I needed to ask. My staff asked questions, and we were given answers. You know, some of them when I got back home, I Googled things and I looked things up just to verify and assess myself for my independently. And, you know, based on the information that I found that it to be fair and true. So, you know, and the confusion between cement and concrete needs to be discussed some more. And of course, this isn't a stab at DPNR. Again, the constraints of the code, you know, code is written, I don't know, 1970s, right? 1970. And we need to take a thorough look. This body needs to take a thorough look and see what we can do to
30
try to further
seconds.
enhance your operations as we move forward and trying to get our land and water use plan together as well. So, you know, you've invested a lot. You've taken the proper parameters logistically to prepare for contingencies, if that, and I commend you once again. I love to see our people being empowered and become business owners, because I have a really good feeling that you're going to give people jobs and you're going to give back to this community. Because I believe that a lot of the people who live in that housing community next door might end up working for you as well and changing their lives.
Oh, yes, some of them do work for me.
Yes, sir. Good, good. I like to hear that. And Mr. Chair, thank you for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Balkes. Senator Maurice James, you recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think maybe what we should do is just say Senator Maurice, and then I will know. I had a question, and that is, how many blocks are you going? You may have said this before, and I'm sorry.
Sure, you can ask again.
Yeah, thank you. How many blocks are you going to make in a day?
It's scheduled to make about 7,000 blocks in 8 hours.
7,000 blocks every 8 hours?
Yeah.
And your hours of operation?
7 to 3:30.
7 to 3:30.
Give and take.
This is to DPNR. You said one statement that jumped out at me, big statement. The future impact of an enclosed cement block manufacturing operation is not known. I need evidence. I'm an attorney to make my decision. My decision is not going to be based on need, and I'm going to tell you why. Because need could be placed anywhere on St. Croix. Okay? I need to get that clear. Could be placed anywhere on St. Croix. But you and I had a long discussion. So mine is going to be based on environmental impact. And I'm hoping to engage both Doug and Alicia. I don't mean to Mr. Douglas. And that's fine. Yes, because I know them both. And my intent is to definitely meet with both of you to discuss mitigation measures. Because I was actually going to go through site selection, dust and air emissions, noise, wastewater and stormwater runoff, solid waste, waste oil from vehicles and equipment, energy and water consumption. I need to meet with both of you at your leisure, at your convenience, and address those. I found you to be a very
30
humble
seconds.
person, and I appreciated that. I also know HC from forever, and I always said to clients, you're the layaway land salesman, right? Because it changed lives here, like the Senate President said. But I still have a lot of concerns, so I haven't committed one way or the other yet. And I reserve that until I get more information. But it's not going to be made based on need, not at all, because need can be placed anywhere on the island. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Senator Barnes, you had something? Mama Senator Barnes? Once a senator, I was a senator.
Once I come, okay. Thank you, Senator Francis. Alicia Barnes. I just wanted to say that one of the things we placed on the record was that the facility has an active stormwater pollution prevention plan, which addresses many of the concerns. And that plan was in fact submitted to the EPA and the Department of Planning and Natural Resources. The facility also has an active spill prevention control and countermeasures plan submitted both to EPA and DPNR with all of the applicable best management practices associated with the operations. So we welcome the discussion, Senator, and we have the documentation and a compliance schedule associated with all of the operations at the site.
Thank you very much. Next, we'll go to Senator Capehart. You recognize for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon again. I had the opportunity of visiting the site. And the first thing when I stepped foot on the property, I said to Mr. Matthew, I'm sorry, I'm gonna put on my DPNR hat. Did I not?
Yes, you did.
And I went through the property asking all these questions. And then I said, I think you gave me the information that one of your consultants, subject matter expert, was former commissioner. And I said, good. Because then I knew that you would be guided right. I said earlier, this is a hard decision for us because there's opposition, but to me, I think there's a need because when I think about people building and the high cost of prices for supplies, it's important that people look at opportunities to get everything cheaper than they can and good quality, of course.
Exactly.
One of the things I wanted to ask in my second line of question was septic system on site. Are you tying into the public sewer line?
1 minute.
I wasn't aware I was going to put a septic system on site, but listening to it sound like it has a septic line, so I'm going to inquire about tapping into it.
Okay. I'm just looking at, potential contamination on the site, and if you're tapping into the public sewer line, I think that offers more comfort. If anything ever happened to your septic system, it starts to overflow when it rains, problems. These are the things that I look at when I look at a site like yours. But I just want to say that this is why it's important for us to have this comprehensive land and water use plan. And I'm going to say this, and I'm not being petty, I'm just looking at when you say that no one from DPNR Environmental Protection has not been there, it's because we've had a mass exodus of individuals left that division, and there's no one to do the inspections. And that's an inconvenience for individuals, because I don't know if they have individuals that they got to come from St. Thomas to do those inspections. Poor Miss Leah Laplace, who's here in the Lion's Den, taking all the heat. So I commend you for coming on behalf of the whole of DPNR. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Laplace Matches could handle herself. I call her the policewoman because if it's not written, she supported it. It needs to be in black and white, and I support that a lot of times. So Hence, why we have to make those changes where necessary. Senator Gittins, you recognize, Majority Leader, you recognize for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I too wanted to tip my hat off and said that I have the utmost respect for Mrs. Laplace Matthews and Ms. Polymist. I want to make sure I get it right. But my concerns are with the process in which DPNR arrives to these publications of a report, what they call a report. And as I sit here, I'm telling you, I do have a problem seeing a report signed by the commissioner as if he prepared this report and CCing it to himself. Whoever don't see that as a problem, then something wrong. But I have never seen, and in my professional career, law enforcement, all officers prepare their own report and send it up the line for approval. I've never seen a police commissioner sign an officer report and CC it to himself. I am truly hopeful that if we as a body move to remove through legislation these zoning requests out of the legislature and put it in the proper hands of, under the umbrella of DPNR, but with a commission put together, I'm hoping that we could iron out all this. It wouldn't be a decision for one person. But
30 seconds.
there's legislation for us to look at, and hopefully we can iron out all this. But the process has to be better than this. The individuals that's going out, the people are counting on DPNR to go out there, make the proper investigations, observations, investigations, and do a proper report. But this, what we have today, I can't accept that. And again, I'm not going to throw stone and hide my hand. I do intend to support the project as an economic development and seeing progress in the area. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Gittins. I wanted to broach this subject about the signature of the report. From my understanding here is whoever prepared the report is actually signing off, justifying the contents of the report, and then the commissioner sign off as the official of DPNR.
Correct.
It's not that he's signing, preparing the report, and then signing. That's not what's happening here, right?
Correct, Senator.
Senator Joseph, you are recognized for your 2 minutes, Madam Secretary.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I want to first commend the DPNR staff. I know you're working, I suspect, with a really small staff, and you have a number of rezoning that are coming your way. But I want you to definitely be encouraged to keep pressing on and don't leave us, because you're young people, and we should try our very best to encourage our young people to stay and remain with us. And you're presenting based on what you know that is in the code and looking at the whole topography and the like. I do have a question for former Senator Alicia Barnes or Mr. Douglas regarding the Stormwater Pollution Prevention Plan and the Spill Prevention Control and Countermeasures Plan. Those two plans you indicated were submitted to DPNR. Were they approved?
Eric Douglas, we have not heard back
When
from
did you
DPNR.
submit? When did you submit them?
October, the SPCC plan and the SWIP, Stormwater Pollution Prevention Plan. Those were submitted back on, I think, August 4th, 2022.
And you haven't received any approval. Did you receive an acknowledgement that they received it? Did you receive any feedback from DPNR on the submittal of those?
Those
two
were
plans?
sent via email, and I received an acknowledgement from both EPA and DPNR that they got it. That was it.
And okay, and do you know, based on your expertise and having dealt in this situation before, the time frame that they normally give you some feedback if there are deficiencies or that you need to cure with the plan?
Go ahead. Typical. I know that they're very short staffed, as Senator Capehart said. So so that might be the issue. But it wouldn't. This is what, March. So you would assume by now 6 months. How many months? 6, 7 months.
And that's what we're faced with, colleagues. We are really faced with a huge dilemma that many of our experts in the field are no longer here. They're not here. They're either retiring or they're resigning or they're relocating or they're going into business for themselves. And this is going to be even a further uphill battle for you, applicant. Because now you're going to need the approvals of these two items going forward. And that's the reality of the situation. So we really are in a crisis, not only with housing, but having expert human beings here on island and on staff to do the technical work that is required to provide us with the necessary guidance so that we could make good decisions, long-term good decisions. So I really want to, again, thank everyone for your presentation and all the best of luck to you, Mr. Matthew.
Thank you.
Senator?
Senator Barnes, yes. I'm so sorry, Ms. Barnes.
Thank you. I just wanted to add that notwithstanding the fact that DPNR and or the EPA have not responded in terms of an approval of the plans, Just Right Trucking has already implemented the components of the plan and the best management practices. That is why when he spoke of the generator storage area, you saw there is in secondary containment, there's stormwater monitoring logs that's ongoing. So notwithstanding the approval or lack thereof, the facility is in compliance with what's outlined in the plans.
Thank you very much, Ms. Barnes. Senator Maurice James, you're recognized for your point of inquiry.
Yeah, this is to former Senator Barnes. For my clarification and education, really, you're saying that those measures have already been implemented for the future operation of, that's what you're saying, of the plant?
There's an existing facility there with existing operations. So the stormwater pollution prevention plan and the spill prevention control and countermeasure plans require certain monitoring requirements that are presently ongoing, notwithstanding, any further communication from the regulatory agencies.
Okay, and would it have to be upgraded for this additional operation?
No, because the way,
No.
the plans were written incorporating the projected operations as well.
Okay, thank you.
Can I expand on Eric Douglas here? So the facility is under construction. So when it's under construction, you have to apply for a construction SWIP. The SPCC will apply no matter what. It's not going to, and both documents are living documents. So, that's why we need the feedback because they should endorse what we say we were going to do or suggest other things. But we've put it together and we're best of our ability, we're trying to implement it. So the construction SWIP will remain will remain active as long as he's constructing the facility. When he finishes constructing and he starts operation, he goes back out again to DPNR, I'm talking about Mr. Mitchell, and submits an operational SWIP, which will be active all the time. But it's, semantics here. It's a matter of just modifying the construction SWIP to fit operational parameters.
Thank you very much, Senator James, Maurice James, as well as Mr. Douglas. At this time, we'll go to Senator Blighty. You recognize for your 2 minutes, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, as I stated when we started off, I want to applaud DPNR for what they're doing in terms of the comprehensive land and water use plan and what the team continues to do on behalf of the people of the territory. As public servants also, I must say we must do our part in terms of our constituents. And the question is, what do we do in the interim? What do we do in the meantime? And we all, as I stated, competition drives down costs. And we know when it comes to blocks and other building materials, you know, the shipping costs have a lot to do with the prices in terms of the expensive prices we pay for these items. And if we can remove that shipping cost, what would that mean for us in the territory, our constituents? That's the angle I'm coming from. What would that mean in the housing space? I'm very passionate when it comes to housing opportunities in all aspects of it. And Ms. Matthews, I haven't heard from you all this, so I'll give you the rest of my time. In terms of you and your husband, why did you guys decide to move forward from the trucking aspect and dive into a block plant, a block manufacturing plant, not a concrete, etc., but blocks? Can you speak to that, please?
Lorraine Benjamin Matthew. Yes, like my husband stated earlier, we sell a lot of blocks. And it's been a roller coaster because I think we have touched base with most of the people, or let's say suppliers in Puerto Rico that actually sells the concrete blocks to us. So I think we've been through about 5 different suppliers because they cannot afford to supply us the way that we request the blocks to be sold. So when we deal with one supplier, probably in the next 3 months, we deal with another supplier, so they're not able to supply us frequently. Many times when we pick up the blocks at the port, we're going directly to a customer to drop the blocks off because they have been waiting so long. So we just cannot keep up. And with that, we see the demand. And because we see the demand for the blocks, you know, we sat and we decided. And as you see my husband here, he doesn't sleep. And he has so much to offer. And of course, I have to be up with him hearing all the plans and, you know, what we want to do to go forward. And I support him 100% because he's a hard worker. And he said, you know, Lorraine, we need to move forward. We have to open this plant. We have to help our people. And basically, that's where it came from. We see the demand. We see that our suppliers cannot keep up with us. We see what is coming forward. We're in the endemic. There's a lot of growth. There's going to be a lot of construction. And we want to be able to provide for our people. So that's the main reason. Our people, like he stated before, as Mitchell stated, at Just Right Trucking LLC, we put the people first. And this is what we want to do. And we want you to give us the opportunity to do just that.
Thank you so much for putting that on the record. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. Point of information, Senator Capehart, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This question is for Mr. Matthews. So for clarification, when you purchase blocks from Puerto Rico, you pick it up from the shipping company, like from the docks?
Yeah.
You take it to your site?
Yes.
And you sell it from there?
Yes.
How much blocks do you accommodate or sell per day?
It varies. It can be anywhere from 1 pallet of block to 60, 70 pallet of blocks.
And how much can you store the maximum on your facility?
Well, when I order, based on what they could provide, you know, based on what they could provide. Sometimes they could only send 40 pallets when I need 200 pallets. So that's a rough one. I lose a lot of business actually waiting to get material, you know?
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, yeah.
Senate President Novell, like you stated earlier, when private citizens order blocks, they have to think about the blocks being damaged when it's broken. A lot of time we encounter the same thing. We order about how much pallets of blocks, and sometimes it comes in and a lot of pallets are broken, and we lose money. But at the same time, we know the need and the demand for it. So, we do what we have to do. And not only that, with us being able to provide the blocks, we help a lot of people within our community. Of course, deaths happen every day. Unfortunately, our loved ones, we lose them. And many times, because we're able to provide or to, bring in blocks to the community, many times, and the funeral homes can attest for it. Sometimes families who cannot afford, we just actually give them the blocks to build the tomb. Because we can do that, because we purchase the blocks. Imagine what more we can do for our community if we can actually create it here.
Oh, thank you very much. It's been a long day. I think the discussion has been real. We don't want to leave here without the concerns that have been raised by the general community in respect to the aesthetics. I think that there is some opportunity for us to create the buffers and the prevention that, again, will be able to at least address the facade issue, so that we can make sure that we're working in consort with the public as well. So again, thank you for your presentation. At this time, I'll give each of you a 30-second wrap up, and then we'll close off. There's no votes taken in this committee, and I encourage individuals that still may have a support or opposition to email us, so that it could be a part of the record if need be. Ms. Laplace Matthew, thank you for your work, and you're recognized for your 30-second wrap up.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Senator. So the zoning code has a section 238A, which is in reference to use variance and the granting of use variance. And we have to look at whether or not the use being requested substantially conflicts with the zoning of the property. And being that this property is zoned B2, it's in an area that has business and residential zoning. The use, it's an industrial use, it would substantially conflict, so the department stands with its recommendation of denial. And this application also highlights, as Senator Blyden mentioned, the comprehensive plan, the importance of a comprehensive plan. The department is in the process, and the public, we're urging you to please participate so that you can be a part of how the Virgin Islands will look in the future for yourself and your children. Thank you.
Thank you very much. H.C. Raparella, you have anything to close off with? You're good. Mr. Matthews?
I will let my wife, since she's doing such a wonderful job, I'm gonna let her. I don't have a problem with that. I'm gonna let her give the close out.
You got a right answer, man. You're doing good.
I mean, it's 21, 24 years? 24 years.
You're doing the right answer.
Okay. Once again, I'm Senate President Novelle Francis. And to the other members of the 35th Legislature, I want to thank you for having us here today. It was a great discussion. Also, it takes a village. And to the listening audience and viewing, I would like to say thank you also. And to our village behind of us, and I know some of them had to leave a little earlier because they had some prior engagements. I want to tell you on behalf of Just Right Trucking, LLC, thank you very much for your continued support. And I can't leave without mentioning our extended team, Alicia Barnes and Eric Douglas. I thank you for working with us. And like Senator Cape Hart said, when she saw or heard of the others who are part of the team, you know that they're going to keep us in shape. DPNR, they will keep us in shape, and we are willing, like I said earlier, for us to do what we need to do to make sure that we are in compliance and make sure that all our mitigation efforts are definitely taken care of. So I want to say once again, thank you for being here, and we will continue to strive, and definitely we will continue to put our people first.
Thank you very much for your comment, and of course, thank you for the 15 individuals that you employ, again, and help them to feed their families and survive in this community. We appreciate it, and thank you for that. Mr. Nugent, 30 seconds.
Yes, I will take 30 seconds. I am Winston Nugent, and want this 30 keep coming up. I spent 30 years in the legislature. I am retired. For my 30 years, I have seen endless amount of document from DPNR. This one today is puzzled me. This is the worst narrative I've ever met in my 30 years working in the legislature. I want to thank you, senators, and I want to thank the team behind us. And you know where I'm going when this is done. Thank you.
The views expressed by Mr. Nugent is not the views of the legislature of the Virgin Islands. Let me finish up with those. Mr. Douglas, you have anything to close off with?
Just Douglas here. Just want to say thank you for providing the opportunity. And as the critical thing is that you have to make decisions, as Senator James said, with facts, not innuendo. And so that's what should drive the decision that you make. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Ms. Barnes, any closing comments?
Thank you, Senate President. Thank you, Senators, for allowing the presentation. And I just really want to commend Mitch and Lorraine for staying the course, for not getting discouraged, and just keep the faith, okay? Because when God is for you, no one can be against you. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Senator James, Javon E. James, Sr.
Yes, Mr. Chair, President. I had to do this because I heard many times where we reference the comprehensive land and water use plan, and many times the Senate take blows as if we don't do anything. But I really want to commend Senator Alicia Barnes. I came in with her in the 33rd Legislature of the Virgin Islands, and you know this, Mr. Chair, everything that came out of her mouth was the comprehensive land and water use plan. Now everybody's echoing it. So I was doing this to protect the institution. The Senate started that. Thank you.
Very well. Thank you for that. No. Hold on, Senator. One second. Please, recognize the mic of Senator Maurice James, please.
I need to say this to my young counterpart, Neem, my colleague. When I returned home in 1983 to practice law with Winston Hodge, attorney Winston Hodge, he spoke about the comprehensive land and water use plan. Let's be clear about that. Give credit where credit is due. Thank you.
Yeah. Very well. Thank you. At this time, again, the land and water use plan has been around for quite some time, and the discussion, I think it was being mentioned here in the 33rd when Senator Barnes returned to the legislature. She was very vocal and really advocated for us to move towards the accomplishment of the land and water use plan. The good thing is that today, they're actually moving a little bit closer to it. There have been some public hearings. I've attended, at least on the St. Croix side of the House as well, and so there's actually doing some town hall throughout the entire territory, and we're making some step towards being able to minimize the spot zoning that have gone on as a result of not having a comprehensive land and water use plan in place. It just means that we have hodgepodge development, all over the island, and it's not fair to anyone, but more importantly, not fair to this territory. So we're working towards being able to accomplish that. But thank you for a great day. The Committee of the Whole of March 10th, 2023. Thank you to the central staff. Thank you to senators, my colleagues. Thank you to all the testifiers as well. Thank you to the people of the Virgin Islands. This Committee of the Whole hearing of March 10th, 2023 is hereby adjourned. God bless. Get home safe.